Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And Mr. Tipton is down there. I see him. If we please stand for the invocation and the pledge.
I invite you to join with me if you're willing. Gracious Father, this time of year provides us an opportunity, if we let it, to pause and celebrate the sentiment peace on earth. It reminds us, if we let it, to connect with family and friends that may not be front of mind as we go through our busy days. This holiday season allows us, if we let it, to bring out the inner child in each of us. Father, our prayer this evening is to let the holiday spirit in, to help us pause and let those who are important in our lives know just how much we care, to share love with those who need it most, to be present in their lives, or to just bring a present that brings a smile. We ask that our hearts be warm and our arms open as we embrace this special time of year. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I want to welcome everybody tonight, and I want to remind everybody to please silence your cell phones if you haven't at this time. And we're going to begin with public comment. If there's anybody wishing to say something under public comment not pertaining to any of the public hearings this evening, you step to the podium. Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. My name is Tom Fillion. I live at 7009 Torrey Pines Circle. It's in Port St. Lucie in PGA Village. I'd like to welcome and congratulate the new commissioners, and thank you all for your service and dedication to our county. I've just jotted some things down because to keep me on track here so I don't go off on a tangent. But you know, regardless of one's political party, it's pretty obvious to see, and in fact history shows, that big overreaching governments never end up well for its citizens, and they always ultimately self-destruct. St. Lucie County has seen an unprecedented 2 or 3 years of growth now. From one perspective, that's fantastic. Congratulations. We have a lot to be proud of. From another perspective, it demonstrates a county that's becoming huge, a huge out-of-control entity that is not managed properly, that if not managed properly will eventually become an undesirable place to reside at best. So I'm hoping that this board will make a concerted effort to slow down a little bit in 2023, catch your breath, and start really managing our wonderful, diverse, strategically located county. Instead of continually adding and approving new development, whether that's residential, commercial, or governmental, let's try to take care of what we already have. Now, a good place to start would be to look inward at your own house. For instance, are there departments or positions in the county government that are unnecessary or redundant? I suspect there are. When's the last time county residents were presented with a tax decrease? Are there ways we can cut some spending and pass those savings on to our residents? I urge you to put a moratorium on new development and infrastructure projects so we can spend our resources wisely on the many current and existing issues that we have now within the county. A business, or any entity for that matter, can only do so much and grow so fast. So please, in closing, resist the urge to be everything to everyone. If people, for instance, are clamoring for a new fire station, ask those specific folks, how they'd like to pay for it. Or maybe we could just build them a basic, bare bones version of a fire station rather than a multi-million-dollar deluxe version, and then have them fundraise to, enhance it. So you all have an opportunity to be an example to other counties, an example of restrained, fiscally sound, and for the residents' government. So I urge you to keep these thoughts in mind as you plan ahead. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Board members, commissioners, my name is Kathy Schoen. I live at 9338 Carlton Road in Port St. Lucie. And I want to take the opportunity today to address an issue that's not on your hearing and won't be for a while yet. It's referencing to an application that's currently still being processed. It hasn't been accepted yet by the planning committee. But it's to put a mine on Carlton Road, a rock mine. So I thought there's a little bit of a trend that may be going on here today. So the thing I wanted to address today, and I did get you a copy of it, is I saw a meeting one time, and this really brilliant guy was saying why a mine didn't fit in ag. And what he did was he talked about how many trucks would be needed to serve an orange grove. I actually talked to that man. I wanted him to come, but he wouldn't. So I had to look it up myself. And essentially, I've given you a copy of it. The bottom line is, using oranges, and I know the groves aren't here anymore, but using oranges as an example, because that is what used to be on Ag 5, it would take, figuring out the number of trees, the number of oranges, if there were 2 trips per year, it would be 144 trips a year of trucks. That's how much it would take to maintain an orange grove that was 164 acres wide, because that's how big the mine is going to be, 164 inches. On the other hand, the rock mine is proposing that they will have 192 trucks a day, and that's actually 2 ways, so that's how many cars. If you do that hours a day, trucks per hour, it comes out to every 2 or 3 minutes there's a truck passing in and out. And most of them are going to, well, all of them are going to be going within 200 feet of people's homes, their dairy, their fish, their animals. So essentially, it takes a rock mine 49,920 truckloads a year to be able to complete what they have to do in a year as far as carrying rock out of the mine they're proposing. I don't accept it's there, I'll only say it's proposing. For an orange grove, it takes 144 truckloads. There's a difference. The mine is going to have additionally 49,775.68 truckloads more than if it had been kept in Ag 5 and used for orange groves. So I just want to bring it up because it's an opportunity to get in front of you and say hello. And please remember, we are here, we're in Ag 5, and there are issues, and this isn't the only one, but this is one that's very prevalent, because along with those trucks comes diesel fuel, comes noise, comes pollution, comes safety issues. So the trucks themselves are doing damage to the roads, but that's not the only damage they're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? We'll close public comment. We'll move to presentations, item 7. I believe there was a presentation.
Come on up. They're back there.
yes,
Hey, it's your turn.
Your turn. This is the FPUA water treatment
I've
plant.
never known Rachel to be shy.
I know, or both, for that matter.
she didn't do the minutes.
I was waiting for the minutes.
Oh, I guess we do need to approve the minutes.
Yes.
See?
Good catch. We need to have an approval of the board meeting minutes from November 15th and November 22nd.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Thank you, Bo.
You're welcome. Well, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. We appreciate your time tonight to share with you some information on a very historic project that we've been working on very diligently. I'm Bo Hutchinson. I'm the Director of Water and Wastewater at Fort Pierce Utilities. I'm going to take the first half of this presentation, then I'm going to turn it over to Rachel as well to take the second half. So first, I like to start these presentations with the why are we doing this in the first place, where there are economic benefits and there are also environmental benefits. The environmental benefits have really taken the lead on this project and being able to get it done. Sea level rise is happening. Hurricanes are intensifying. Just as an example of that, the little hurricane that we just had, Hurricane Nicole, even though it was a small Category 1, that came in on a king tide, and we have waves crashing over our seawall, even now. So the vulnerability of this is, it's pretty obvious. It's obvious to us. It's also obvious to the DEP. The DEP has our facility on what we call their hit list of 10 different plants that are on the Indian River Lagoon that they would like to have ultimately moved, is what they would like. But basically, you have to make your facility a zero discharge facility. For us to do that, we would have to construct a second deep injection well on that site. And a deep injection well alone is around $16 million right now. By the time you get it all plumbed in and all your pumping and all that stuff, you're closer to 20 million. And it still doesn't solve any of our resiliency issues there. So that's why we've chosen to move this plant. The economic benefits are fairly obvious with the location of, of the real estate that the wastewater plant is on now. I will say there's a site plan here in front of you. This was really just to get everybody's juices flowing. We are not developers. We are in the business of building a wastewater plant. There is benefits to having an economic analysis for something like this that allows you to demonstrate your job creation, which is very important when you're looking for grants from things like the Department of Economic Opportunity. And just good paying jobs in our area are very important regardless. It's something that our community definitely needs. So on the left, this was Hurricane Ian that came through from the west side of the state. And you can see the discharges that were caused by that storm. Melbourne, about 7.2 million gallons. Bradenton, 13 million. Castleberry, about 500,000, 15 million gallons. In Haines City and Port Orange was over 25 million gallons. Our facility, unfortunately, has been on that list before. We were just lucky enough to dodge that bullet this time. Okay, so our existing facility is the Yellow Star. That's over on South Beach. We all know where that is. And the future location is far away from the Indian River. It's about 5 miles away, actually, so that will completely eliminate the possibility of spills into the river, obviously. Something else to point out using this map is that all of our conveyance system, all of the lift stations and all the pipes, everything currently is flowing towards the South Beach, and that all has to be directed back to basically the polar opposite direction that it is right now. The good thing is this is something that we've been working on at the utility for many, many years. As our master plan improvements were installed, we had those plans in mind. Even with that, there's still a significant amount of infrastructure that has to be built to get that done. There's a new master lift station over on South Beach that'll have to be constructed. Many of our major lift stations will have to be replumbed and other force mains built. So that project is moving on a parallel path with the wastewater plant as of right now. So where are we now? We executed a progressive design build contract back in September of last year. We took possession of the 30% design in May of this year. Included in that were all the major process selections that are necessary for the plant to start getting your costs together and lay out your footprint, do all your hydraulic analysis, all that good technical stuff. We also started looking into our funding options, grants and financing. We were able to secure a $100 million low interest bond to fund approximately 2/3 of this project. And beyond that, we have identified many grant opportunities that I turn over to Rachel. She'll tell you about those that'll help us fund the other third. We signed the 60% design contract back in July of this year as well, and we are just about to have that part of the design finalized. It's in our QC right now. As part of that, we included a early procurement package where we would be able to go out and purchase all of those long lead time items in advance so that we wouldn't, be waiting on materials was the idea there. It's a little bit more advanced than what's typically in a design build, but that's what we need to do to combat the market that we're in right now. Other parts of the early work package was the site work. They're actually turning dirt on that this week. And we have some other construction needs to be done to do some testing on our deep injection wells. So the construction is underway. Our official groundbreaking will be on January 19th. The commission is all invited. We will be sending out the formal invitations in the near future. I had mentioned the conveyance system as well. Currently, we've gone through our procurement process and we've selected a contractor to help us with that as well. The idea is to do the same methodology that we use for constructing the plant for this as well, and we are currently in negotiations with them. Okay, so here it is. This is the Regional Water Reclamation Facility. This will be a storm-hardened facility. We are big fans of solid poured concrete structures at the utility. We're using state-of-the-art technology. We have selected the Aqua Narita process, which I know that doesn't mean anything to anyone other than it uses about 30% less energy than the conventional processes do. So that was really the driving force there. It keeps your O&M costs down forever. A little bit less expensive up front too, but that was less of a driver than the long-term O&M costs. The plant will initially be at 8 MGD, and it can go all the way up to 24 MGD. So basically, this plant is sized for all of Fort Pierce Utilities Authority's area, and any areas that we're able to continue our partnership with St. Lucie County on will have the capacity at this plant to do that. The reuse water will be provided at the site for two things, actually three things, but the first of which is the Treasure Coast Energy Center is a gas-fired power plant that is right next door. And it currently uses Floridan aquifer water, about 2 to 3 million gallons per day for their cooling tower. Well, when our reuse water is there, they're going to use that water instead. So that will eliminate that withdrawal from the aquifer. We all know as our population gets more and more in Florida, water becomes more and more of a concern. So this helps offset some of that. We're also working on a solar program to again help with the operation and maintenance costs. And we're planning on installing some electric vehicle chargers as well for any of our visitors or employees that wish to take advantage of that. So that's the end of my portion, and I'm going to turn it over to Rachel.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for having me. My name is Rachel Tennant. I am the Public Affairs and Sustainability Manager at Fort Pierce Utilities Authority. What that translates to is public affairs for the company as well as grants. So we're spending a lot of time on both public affairs and grants for this specific project. The idea here with the second half of this presentation is that there is more happening than just the engineering of relocating an island wastewater treatment plant. That's of course, a very, very important piece of it, but this did not happen in a bubble. And so for the remainder of the presentation, I'll be talking about the community engagement pieces of this project for FPUA. Where we begin is with the renewed relocation effort. It's always important for us to remind folks that this renewed relocation effort was brought about by a joint charge from the City Commission, the Fort Pierce City Commission, and the FPUA Board of Directors in 2021. There was a joint strategic meeting where the city and the FPUA board charged staff with moving quickly on relocating the wastewater treatment plant. And the main charge here was move as quickly as possible to finally get this treatment plant off of South Hutchinson Island for multiple reasons, but it was just they were ready. And this is something that we have tried 2 other times. This is our 3rd effort to relocate the plant in the last 20 years. The first 2 times, we reached the point of expense, of budget, of how much is this actually going to cost, and unfortunately, usually it was a combination of very expensive and also something external happened in the economy at that time, and we ended up voting it down. This 3rd time, partly because of the largely because of the low interest bond that we were able to acquire to help fund this program, we were approved to move forward. And so this is the furthest we've ever gone. And I believe this week is when construction, or when they start digging actually on the site in Energy Lane. Moving forward from that point, we have identified possible partnerships and opportunities for joint efforts. This includes presentations much like the one that we're having today. We also conducted preliminary polling and related outreach. I'll touch on those in the next few slides. We did secure the rates restructuring, so part of the low interest bond was that we had to restructure the water and wastewater rates in order to be eligible to receive the bond from the bonding agencies, which meant we had to get approval, votes from both the FPUA board and the city commission. And in order to get that, we had to do multiple presentations publicly and seek feedback from our community. And we were able to secure those rates restructuring so that we could move forward. And we going rogue. And finally, we developed a team to pursue additional funding, which is the Grants and Appropriations team. I am part of that team. Okay, Bo.
Thank you.
So for the preliminary polling that we conducted, we sampled 300 Fort Pierce active utility customers. One of the common questions is, why did we only do 300? And the answer to that is we asked the same question. And ultimately what it comes down to, the folks that we were working with, which is Vancor Jones, which I know also works with St. Lucie County, advised that essentially what you get at 300 is what you're going to get at the higher numbers as well. So we polled 300 customers across 5 regions in the city of Fort Pierce, and we balanced it by age and gender as well. Okay. The base question we asked was, generally speaking, do you think that moving the sewer treatment plant is an excellent idea, a good idea, or a bad idea? And the most important piece from this poll that we found from the base question was that 58% of respondents thought that it was either an excellent idea or a good idea. And what this tells us is that we're starting already with majority support. This was before we did anything at all. This was very early on, February of this year. 24% thought it was a bad idea, and we'll come back to that. And 18% were unsure or declined to respond. And for me and for us on the public affairs team, this represents low-hanging fruit, because these are not individuals who are against moving the plant, but people who maybe just need more information in order to make an informed decision. We did also ask some follow-up questions. Yes, please. To help us gain a little bit more insight into the opinions of the respondents. And there are 2 pieces here that were most important and continue to be most important to us. The way that the elevators and anchors worked is we followed up with the respondents and asked them, if you knew X, would it make you more or less likely to support relocating the wastewater plant? And the 2 that I want to draw your attention to are the 2 on the left. We asked if you knew that relocating the wastewater treatment plant would be something toward protecting the Indian River Lagoon, would you be more or less likely to support that? And we gained 27 percentage points when we said that this was something that would benefit the Indian River Lagoon. What this tells us is that our constituents, our customers, care about the Indian River Lagoon. This is something we already kind of sort of know, but it's very helpful to have this as a poll response. The second thing that was very important to us was that we gained 26 points when we asked if they would be more or less likely to support it if they knew that the new wastewater treatment plant would be located in an industrial zone away from neighborhoods. And this is very common with utilities, the not in my backyard concept, and concern that we would be taking a wastewater plant from one place and putting it into any particular community, especially in lower income areas in the city of Fort Pierce. And for us, we're moving it to an industrial area that will be right next door to the Treasure Coast Energy Center, which is a power plant. When the respondents learned that this would be happening in an industrial zone, we gained 26 points. So when we're talking about this publicly, we emphasize heavily the environmental and the location of the new wastewater treatment plant, because we know that this is something that is very important to our community members. As far as presentations and community engagement goes, Mr. Hutchinson and I, as well as some of the other directors and some of the presentations, have been presenting about this wastewater treatment plant relocation constantly all year long. This list here is only some of the presentations that we've been giving. And the idea here, of course, at first was to receive support in order to get approval to restructure the rates. But it's also to ensure that our community is involved at all levels. We're meeting with community centers, we're meeting with the city commissioners. We were in Tallahassee last week. Of course, tonight we're here with you with St. Lucie County. And part of our presentations as well are to help us garner support from granting agencies. We'll touch on grants in a few moments, but we are looking for more support to help us fund relocating the wastewater treatment plant. And these presentations, for example, the South South Florida Water Management District tour that we gave on June 13th. We met with Jackie Thurlow-Lipich, who's the board member that oversees our area, and she's very, very supportive, particularly because we're moving right next to the Treasure Coast Energy Center, and we'll be reducing the draw from the aquifer by 2 to 3 million gallons per day. We also met with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection before the Resilient Florida grants were due, and again last week when we were in Tallahassee. We've also met with the Environmental Protection Agency based out of DC to discuss possible grant opportunities or state revolving funds to help us fund different parts of this project as well. We are also, of course, moving forward with grant proposals. At this time, we've submitted just under $34 million worth of grant requests to help us fund relocating the wastewater treatment plant. This does not include the BRIC program that we submitted, which was a full application. For now, we're waiting for the Resilient Florida results. We're hoping to get those within the next 4 to 6 weeks. We requested $15 million from Resilient Florida to help us fund this relocation. We also requested another $15 million from NOAA, which is a federal agency, to help us with the conveyance system. One of the big things with the grant proposals is targeting our project to ensure that the granting agency has additional projects as part of the relocation that they want to support. So what I mean by that is they do have an interest in helping us relocate and put infrastructure in, but some of the agencies have also an interest in seagrass restoration. And some of the other agencies are, with the seagrass restoration, FPUA already has experience. We've done 1 acre and we're starting another ½ an acre through the Manatee Center and Sea and Shoreline. Those are one grant that we've received and 1 fundraising through the community. And what we're trying to do with these proposals is integrate that seagrass restoration experience into these grant proposals and expand what we've been able to do. And the idea here would be to leave the lagoon better than the way that we found it on our way out. I think that's all I'll say for grants for now. And finally, for next steps, we'll continue with presentations like these to discuss partnerships, and we will, of course, continue submitting more grant proposals. We're tracking grant opportunities as they open, and we're continuing relationships with the grantors. We also hired a state lobbyist, Johnson & Blanton, and a federal lobbyist, Van Skoyak. Both of them have been very, very important to us already in garnering support. The federal lobbyists were able to connect us with a letter of support that came directly from Congressman Mast and was submitted directly to the administrator of NOAA. So we're hoping that that will help us with that grant proposal. And the state lobbyists were very helpful in getting us scheduled for many meetings last week, Thursday and Friday, in the state capitol. We also published a website, sustainablesewer.net. All of this information and more is available on that website. There are also brief videos that you can watch that talk about this project, what it is we're doing, why we're doing it. St. Lucie County's listed as supporting this project on the grants and support page because we have received letters of support from different groups within St. Lucie County, as well as St. Lucie County Administrator Howard Tipton. And the Environmental Resources Department. We also received a letter from the St. Lucie County Economic Development Council, and these letters are very, very helpful to us when we're submitting the grant applications. And so you will also find the St. Lucie County logo on our page for that. And with that, that was the brief overview of the wastewater treatment plant relocation, and thank you very much. We would be very happy to take any questions that you may have.
Anybody up here have any questions? Commissioner Zadowski?
Madam Chair, I have an interest in this. Bo, you and I have been talking for probably a decade, and this has been something that, as I was listening to some of the conversations with the new commissioners, some of the things that were asked is, when you get to be a commissioner, you get to focus on one thing, and it's a way to focus your energies, because if you want to hit all the targets, it's always tough. So this has been a target of mine for a long time, trying to create the partnerships between St. Lucie County and FPUA. That site that it sits on, we've had multiple charrettes regarding what to do with the property in the future and in the hopes of being able to remove it. But I'll share with you, I also sit on the National Estuary Program, and again, thank you for coming up and presenting that to the National Estuary Program group, which includes South Florida Water Management, FDEP, EPA, and all of the surrounding counties on the lagoon. It was a great presentation, well accepted by the entire group. And the reason I bring it up is because the NEPs at Chesapeake Bay and Tampa focused on removing wastewater plants from those water bodies. They were terribly polluted in the back in the day, and they have made substantial recoveries because of that. So first and foremost, we know that removing wastewater plants from water bodies is successful. So that's the first step. The second is I'm hoping that the future of the property can be redeveloped in those charrettes, as I spoke about a minute ago. We saw anywhere from $600 to $1 billion of private investment, which could go on that property and the one next to it. And the community was well involved in that. And as part of that, what needs to be understood is, what does that do for the community? Well, if you put that much private investment on those properties, you have an opportunity to reduce the CRA debt that Fort Pierce may have as a city. But then you take that money and then you can actually relocate that into areas that are actually blighted. The South Beach has been a focus of the CRA for many years, and you can see the difference between now and 2003. It's been a long time coming, but that investment has paid off. So the CRA then can move that money into an opportunity for matching grants, matching opportunities for working on other areas of Fort Pierce that are blighted. And so that's the economic big picture there that I think is really important. Every time I listen to this, I learn something new. And you said something that kind of struck me. You talked about turning the valves going all the way south, and you said polar opposite. And it struck me as like, well, we're sending it across the lagoon now. And you said something about building a lift station on that side. Are you going to bring the effluent back over the lagoon to the south plant?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
That's the plan. We're going to build a master lift station, storm hardened generator, all that good stuff. It'll probably land somewhere next to the substation. The substation will have to stay in that location, and then it'll pump it back across to the mainland, and then eventually make it out to the new location.
The reason I ask is I had done some work with Alcosan in Pittsburgh as they were able to put 18 different utilities together under one umbrella. And you talk about partnerships and opportunity. St. Lucie County has the South Beach wastewater plant, and through a series of reviews from some of our engineers, that plant could actually take the effluent that's on South Beach as a partnership, rather than build a lift station to send it all the way back down there. Maybe leave it on that side and send it to our wastewater plant as a partnership. And how that works out is, obviously a long time to discuss. But from a partnership standpoint, you could see where that'd be a valuable opportunity of removing that pipe or not using that pipe that's in the lagoon. So just, again, that just came to me whenever you said that. It just struck me. Mm-hmm. The other is, one of the comments from the NEP was, what are we going to do with biosolids? Biosolids is a byproduct of the wastewater treatment process. And we have an issue with it. South Florida is bringing all their stuff up here because we have farmland, and it unfortunately oftentimes gets just spread unabated on these grasses. So we still, as long as people are going to eat, we're going to have biosolids. And so how do we manage that? And the National Estuary Program has done several symposiums on biosolids. And as part of that, we need to find a way to manage biosolids better. And so some of the areas in which to do that is to do waste to energy. So we have the landfill, which is conveniently located next to your wastewater plant. I'm wondering if in the future, St. Lucie County has been investigating, looking at engineers, consultants, about how could we build a waste to energy plant, which may first manage biosolids, which is an important process, but also to begin to mine the landfill and reduce its size. For us to try and permit a new landfill, it would be $500 million, $1 billion, and that's a cost that would be borne upon the taxpayers in the area. So if we begin to think about that process today, 10, 15 years down the road, waste to energy is an opportunity for us to, A, create another product that's more beneficial to the community. With the scrubber systems that are available, the technology is improving on a daily, weekly basis. Here's an opportunity for us to reduce the waste on the landfill and create a revenue source for the community. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Again, as you're thinking about partnerships, and we are conveniently located, the landfill is right there. So I just wanted to share that with my fellow commissioners as to a lot of things you'll hear from me for a while is about history and some of the things that have happened over the years. And this is a great day, a great time in this community. The planets are aligned, and I'm very rooting for you 100%. And I think, again, you have a willing partner for us in the future if you so choose.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, that would be fantastic if you get that up and running right around the corner.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Does anybody else have any comments?
No, ma'am.
Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to item 8, the consent agenda, but before we go there, I do want to recognize Rebecca Olson. Today is her birthday, so happy
Aw,
birthday, Rebecca.
happy birthday.
And I think you're the
Oh.
big 4-0 today, so that's another milestone.
We don't tell women's ages. Come on.
Well, you can when you look that fabulous at 40. So we're going to go to the consent agenda, and at this time, if there's any commissioners that have a question or something they'd like to discuss, they can pull it from the consent agenda. Is there anybody wishing to pull something at this time?
Madam Chair, if I may be so inclined to remove E1 for further discussion. With the residents, I've received overwhelming amount of emails, and I'd like to make sure that I'm addressing their concerns adequately before we move forward.
Okay, does anybody else want to pull anything?
Madam Chair, J1 is mostly a discussion item. It's a good news item to speak about, since we just talked about the landfill a little bit and our environmental efforts for the wastewater plant. And I don't know if I told George to be ready or Rebecca, happy birthday. But I think that one has a lot of safety improvements with it and more information about what's happening with the landfill gas.
If it's expanding. So do you want them to talk about it for a few
I would like
seconds?
them to talk
Okay,
about it.
George, Rebecca?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Rebecca Olson for the record, Assistant Director of Public Utilities and Solid Waste. What exactly would you like to know?
It's the landfill gas, and then there's some safety improvements that were as a part of that. So the landfill gas, for those of you who are unfamiliar, the landfill itself produces methane on a daily, weekly basis. And so rather than have that go into the atmosphere, St. Lucie County has a process by which we collect the landfill natural gas, and then it is then used by other companies, in this case Tropicana, which reduces their power bills and so on and so forth, and helps to be able to keep their coaling plants going. And then Georgia had talked about some other safety improvements that struck me.
So that's correct, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So this item before you with the Phase 3 and Phase 4 landfill gases, obviously as we add garbage into the hill and we grow in size, it creates more gas, and we have to expand those wells. This project here that Rebecca and Greg Atkinson, our Division Director for Solid Waste, that was championing, they were able to take two projects and merge it into one, and saved about $500,000 by doing this project that way. What it's doing is it's expanding our collection of the landfill gas, which is providing the need to Tropicana, which they take about 800 to 1,000 CFM of our gas on a daily basis, and they have a need for more. So this is creating that synergy, and with that, with the prices of natural gas and the way things are, it's creating a revenue stream to the landfill, which helps keep our tonnage fees across the scale down. So this has been a pretty good project, and we're pretty excited about moving forward with this project.
Yeah, doing them at the same time reduces the mobilization charges. So we're doing the phase 3 and also expanding cell 4 right now.
Okay. And that was largely why I wanted to, the fact that we are able to use these funds to help to reduce the cost of our solid waste production. And so in that way, it actually saves money for the end user, that being our taxpayers and users.
That's correct. We do have a flare station there, but what you see is just a little bit of excess. There's always going to be, because the gas gets brought into a system, it gets cleaned and purified and then sent over to Tropicana. They use 90% of the landfill gas, if not more, but there is a little bit of excess, but it does create that synergy, and it's a great revenue source for the landfill.
Yeah, one of the concerns I had too is if Tropicana were to ever choose to move their plant or reduce their processing with Florida Power, the energy center there, we could have that discussion about partnerships and providing and supplying natural gas to them if that was an opportunity for FPUA.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is correct. We do have quite a few folks that are interested in our landfill gas, so if ever the need, if Tropicana doesn't need it no more, we definitely have plenty of vendors that we can bring forth to you for opportunity to continue to sell that gas and create a good revenue stream for the county.
Great, thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot. Happy birthday.
It's our birthday, so that's it.
Thank you both. Amy? 8E1.
Okay. You want to talk about that item right now? Okay. So what you have on the consent agenda is a maintenance agreement for a 4-mile section of the Sun Trail, which, okay, I have to go a little bit bigger. The East Coast Greenway, extending from Maine all the way down to Key West, along the eastern seaboard of the United States, will go through St. Lucie County. There's a 13-mile, I think it's 13 miles, 13-mile section that'll go from Indian River County down to Martin County. So back in 2001 or so, the county undertook a master plan. And Vanessa Bessie, the previous director of the Environmental Resources Department, who led that initiative, is here tonight. Thank you to her efforts. So we've been working under this master plan since 2001. Along comes 2018, where then Governor Scott, approved this Sun Trail funding. Sun Trail is shared use, non-motorized trails. So walking, biking, hiking, those kinds of things. We were one of the first in, St. Lucie County was one of the first in for the grants to build that trail. So we got in early on and were approved. So they started looking at St. Lucie County and developing the plans, the design, and where it's going to go, the layout, all of that, where it's going to go through St. Lucie County. So what has happened is we've divided that up into 5 different segments. And okay, now we're bringing before you one particular segment that'll go from Midway Road, Savannah Rec area, all the way down to the Savannah State Park around Walton Road. So that 4-mile stretch of land will be fully constructed with $3+ million of free money to St. Lucie County. In return, this maintenance agreement is all they're asking for us to agree to maintain it for the life of it as it exists. We put a 25-year cap on that in the agreement. What we've estimated is to be equivalent of about $12,000. And again, we estimated high because of inflation and everything costs more these days. But we hope it to come in much, much less, and that'll basically just be mowing contractors. So all that you have in front of you tonight is not the whole project, it's not the alignment, it's not the approval of a trail or no trail, it's the maintenance of that 4-mile section of from Midway Road to Walton Road. And so again, that's what's before you tonight. But I understand that that does lead into the entire picture. It's hard to look at this one particular element without looking at the whole picture. So I believe that's why Commissioner Fowler pulled it, because there's been some concerns from the residents. And timing is interesting because just last week, the DOT, who's driving this project, they held a public meeting over at the Fence Center. It was very well attended. 60+ people attended in person. Several dozen people attended virtually. Well, it was the first time some people may have heard about it, Tropical Isles folks in particular. We've had numerous meetings with the Indian River Estates people through the years and such, but there was several people there that expressed concern that this was going to be in their backyard, and they have concern about safety, security, buffering, and those kinds of things. So as I was, we were talking about earlier with many of you, we're trying to be very proactive about that. The Sun Trail funding will just cover the construction. That's what that's going to cover. Once it comes into St. Lucie County, we could leave it that way and we could just mow the trails and that's the way it would be. But we have been trying to be proactive and look at this as more of a linear parkway, something that's attractive to the residents and brings people in to do long bicycling and even connect places, people to places. This will connect Savannah's rec area where people can camp. They can ride their bicycle into downtown to have dinner, these kinds of things. This is really a transportation benefit to St. Lucie County. So knowing that we want to see that, we've already began looking for funding sources through various different grants. And one of the items you have before you tonight is the legislative funding requests. One of the items we recommended or requested to put in there is funding for just this very thing. I think it was about $1.2 million so that we could take this. It's a canal that runs through Indian River Estates. We could do some benefits, improvements to the canal to provide better water quality treatment, habitat, those kinds of things, trees, landscaping, buffering with, the landscaping and fences, benches, those kinds of things. So we're already proactively looking for the funding to do those kinds of things. And that's it about in a nutshell. And if there's anything in particular I missed, please let me know.
Nope, you did a great job going over that overview. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And Madam Chair, if I could add, we had done a survey in the county, and as did Port St. Lucie in recent years. And one of the top things that the residents and those who come here who answered the survey, walking and hiking trails. In this particular survey, it was 200 in the priority list. And to give you a comparison, pickleball courts, as we know, are very popular,
Yes.
was a 22. So that'll give you an idea as to what the community, and I think that some of this actually has improved from the COVID time when everybody wanted to be outside, they wanted to be more healthy, they wanted to be out in the fresh air and so on and so forth. But one of the other things on here was the walking ways, intermodal or multimodal opportunities. You saw recently Port St. Lucie's moving into multimodal.
Yes.
We can do that. We do that anyway with what we're doing. But this is one of those transportation opportunities. If you have a chance to go to the Savannah's treatment area over by the Fort Pierce compound, that is part of the trail, and there is a 10-foot wide walking pad, if you will. It's concrete, goes all around the lake and goes south into another part of the Savannahs, the northern part of the Savannahs. And then we also have a grant that we're working on to go over the railroad tracks to connect to Port St. Lucie, has a trail on the other side of the tracks, which they had something like $3.4 million in mitigation they had to do for Crosstown Parkway. So as part of that, that will now connect all the way to Port St. Lucie. And then with this, as it unfolds, it'll actually meet in the Savannahs off of Midway Road. So you can see how that connectivity is actually happening. One of the other areas from this, again, paved bike trails. So while this is a multimodal opportunity, it's not specific to bicycles. It's for walking, running, whatever means. So just based on these surveys, 200 and pickleball's 22. I think the community kind of is interested in
They've
it.
spoken.
Well,
Thank you.
and another thing too, because y'all are still learning, is like when you're coming north on US 1 and the road forks over to the right to go over Taylor Creek to take you to North Beach, that's going to be a part of this trail also, but it's only going to merge to the right to the north going over. You'll no longer have the south because the southbound lane will be a part of this trail.
Oh, wow.
You bring up a good point. And as part of that bridge got washed out a few years ago, and we didn't have funding. It was a $2 million build. And the funding actually comes from the Sun Trail Fund. So we actually can put the one-way
Trail there.
bridge and a trail. So that actually gives us connectivity back again. So, and
Excellent.
it didn't come from taxpayer, well, it always comes from taxpayer dollars at some point, but not local millage.
So the connectivity to get you over to the north side and the North Island is going to come across Taylor Creek Bridge. And it's only going to be a one-way road coming forward.
Interesting.
So is there any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Thank you. Now we'll move to public hearings. There's going to be some changes. I'm going to change some things around. I tried to forewarn y'all and give you the list because it's going to be confusing. But to those of you that are here and following along, we are going to move item 9B, let's see, 9B1 will go last. We're going to do item 9B2 and 3 and 4. And item 4 is then associated with an agenda item on the regular agenda. So we're going to jump over so that we can finish that project up. That's 10A1. And then we'll come back to the public hearings again. And then we will finish with the Rumar, and then we'll end with Oak Ridge. I know that's confusing to all of you, but you have the list. I'm going to try to walk you through it because I know it's a lot of moving parts. It just makes sense, though, to lump these together because they're the same projects.
Got it.
So we're going to begin with item 9A1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is under the county attorney. It relates to a second public hearing amending the St. Lucie County Land Development Code. Assistant County Attorney Catherine Barbieri will be handling this item.
Chair, Commissioners, for the record, Assistant County Attorney Catherine Barbieri. As Mr. McIntyre said, this is a second public hearing for ordinance 2022-033, amending the St. Lucie County Land Development Code by amending Section 71030 reasonable accommodations appeals. On April 2nd, 2013, the board adopted a reasonable accommodation ordinance. Reasonable accommodation is a statutorily established method by which an individual who is disabled and or handicapped pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities or the Fair Housing Amendment Act or provider of those services can ask for a reasonable accommodation. The proposed accommodation sought by the disabled individual must be reasonable and necessary to afford such person an equal opportunity to use and enjoy housing. The current procedure provides for an appeal to the Board of County Commissioners for denial of a reasonable accommodation. The proposed ordinance will change the appeal from the Board of County Commissioners to the Circuit Court. On October 20th, 2022, the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously approved the ordinance. On November 15th, the board held the first public hearing concerning the draft ordinance and scheduled today as the day for the second hearing. It has been advertised as required by law. There has been no public comment on it. Staff is recommending approval and adoption of the proposed ordinance. And it is a public hearing.
Thank you. Is there any questions before I open up public? This is a public hearing. Is there anybody wishing to address this issue? If there is, come to the podium. Close public comment. We'll come back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Easy parts. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we're skipping item 9B1. We're going to go to item 9B2.
Wrong one. 9B2.
Good evening, Chair Townsend, members of the board. As Mr. Rice assists us in setting the stage for a staff presentation, I'll denote that it's a joint petition set for a small-scale future land use map amendment and an associated rezoning and preliminary site development plan for the Eden Oaks PUD, situated on South US Highway 1. Yeah, as we're able to facilitate some displays to assist, I will make a note for the record. Corey Benton, Planning Manager. that the public hearing this evening for both agenda items was duly noticed, the display ad in the local newspaper, mailed notice to owners of property within 500 feet, and a sign posted on the premises. The subject petition site is located at 6201 South US Highway 1 on the west side of US 1, immediately south of Sager Avenue. In a moment, we'll try to pull this open from our email. And as a note, beyond staff's presentation, the applicant does have a presentation and a video to present to the board.
Isn't this, Madam Chair, isn't this where we put the new commissioners on the spot to tell a joke or start singing or something? Is that what?
Listen, they're already nervous enough.
Can't afford it. It's 9B2 and 9B3. Okay. It'll be over in just a few moments. Chair Townsend, members of the board, if I may proceed while we're pulling that up via email, I have the ability to at least provide some highlights. I think the visuals provide a little bit greater background, especially with the public attending in person and tuning in remotely.
There it is.
Excellent, here we are. So as noted, this evening's public hearing was duly noticed. The subject property, 16.67 acres in size, located on the west side of US Highway 1. Notice from this aerial, and I'll zoom in, immediately to the west, St. Lucie County holds this stormwater retention area. To the south, Florida Power and Light maintains an electric transmission corridor. To the north, we have the Hayslip Nursery and some miscellaneous commercial uses. To the northeast, the Indian River Estates development in Easy Street. Due east, it's commercial property that was, land use designation was changed by this board within the last 18 months, and there's an approved site plan for a travel camp, RV sales, and service facility that is in for development permit now. To the south at Kitterman Road, we have a major intersection with a commercial hub, and to the southeast, a multifamily, single-family development looping to Leonard Road, connecting to the Savannah Ridge Elementary School. The petition site was most recently known as the St. Lucie Driving Range, where it operated for golf practice range for over 3 decades. The current zoning is CG Commercial General with a commercial land use. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use designation and the zoning, first with a land use designation of MXD or mixed use development, allowing for retention of a commercial out parcel and facilitation of residential development up to 14 dwelling units per acre. Here's a snapshot of the proposed MXD map with those sub-area policies guiding that mix of uses, commercial along that corridor, an access point and joint access between the residential and commercial sites to be implemented via plan unit development, which allows the board to guide some of the and review the development plan, the layout, some of the scale and detail of how the residential development would be implemented. The Planning and Zoning Commission had the opportunity to review the proposal at their November 17th hearing. They voted unanimously to recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners. Here's the proposed rezoning to plan unit development for the residential portion, which is approximately 14.5 acres, retaining over a 2-acre out parcel along US Highway 1 to provide for that transition and buffer. Again, to the west, although the property is zoned RM5, allowing for 5 dwelling units per acre, that's owned by the county and is for the purposes of storm water in the area. We have that utility zoning district to the south, which is the FP&L transmission corridor, and the commercial designations to the north and east. This is the conceptual development plan presenting 7 residential buildings, approximately the 12,000 square foot size, roughly 10 units per floor for 3-story buildings, an amenity center featuring a clubhouse, approximately 5,000 square feet, and a pool and a vista associated with a master stormwater lake in the center, a fountain, and a main entry from US Highway 1, allowing for internal access to a future commercial outparcel. Public art at the southeast corner, co-located with a school bus stop, allowing for an entry loop for the school bus and staging for school children. The applicant has offered up the opportunity for coordination of a public transit stop, as the area regional transit operates the Route 1 link along US Highway 1 and could facilitate a stop at this development. Some surface parking as well as some enclosed garage parking for the residential development. And as you can see from the dashed yellow indications, wide variety of pedestrian movements afforded, both with an improved pedestrian sidewalk in and around the parking area, the buildings themselves, to and from the amenity center, and a recreational opportunity around the master stormwater lake and connection to a dog park. There would be a single location for refuse collection at the southwest corner, and support operations to collect the solid waste and deposit in that area by management throughout the development. Of course, connection to central water and wastewater via Port St. Lucie Utilities as it is within their service area. With plan unit developments, when we talk about increasing density, concentrating units within a series of buildings, open space and green space that's functional and passive is typically a result. In this instance, the conceptual plan presents over 55% of the site for use as green open space. We talked about some of those active amenities for improvements, as well as some passive recreational opportunities for future residents.
Madam Chair, Mr. Benton, can you go back? Can you explain to me what those items are in the parking roadway area? Those aren't cars, those are...
Absolutely. I believe these
thought
are
they were
indications of arrows, but also some dimensions on the plan. As they were looking at, this is a CAD exhibit where they were calculating that open space.
Okay.
So these
Because I have a question about the parking, but I'll get to that whenever the applicant comes up.
Yeah, so we have the 90-degree parking, ADA spaces adjacent to building entrances, and this shape here being an enclosed garage for some of the units. And then pedestrian links. And this would be the refuse collection area and compactor. Some architectural renderings provided by the applicant, again featuring a 3-story development across the 7 buildings and a central clubhouse providing potentially a fitness center adjacent to the pool. Most of the units being ranging between 1 and 2 bedrooms. As noted, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the collective petitions, both the future land use map amendment and the presented rezoning and coupled preliminary plan. And based upon consistencies with the county's land development code, our comprehensive plan, goals, policies, and objectives, staff is recommending approval of the future land use map amendment and the associated rezoning.
Any questions? If not, I'm going to move on to Mr. Mowry and let him make a presentation.
No questions.
Do you have anything, Mr. Mowry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, pleasure to be here. Todd Mowry for the record with Redtail. Appreciate staff's presentation. We had a PowerPoint. We'll hold off on presenting that. I think staff covered almost all the items very well when it comes to that. With us tonight, we have Mr. Stephen Frink, EDC, handling the civil side. I also have Mr. Jay Jacobson with Eden Multifamily here. Jay's sort of the godfather of multifamily. He was with Goldman Sachs, with Stiles. Tremendous amount of background and experience when it comes to the multifamily community. Their corporation, they have over 100 multifamily developments that they've recently completed. They have over 24,000 units that they're actually managing and have been a part of. And this project is fairly simple as it relates to what you're seeing tonight. Two things in particular. One is the land use amendment that you're being asked to review. The second is the rezoning. The rezoning is to a PUD rather than the straight zoning. And with the PUD, you're actually adopting a preliminary site plan. We'll be coming back to the board in probably 3 months for the actual final site plan, where you'll get to see all the intimate details, including the actual dimension, parking spaces, and other things that will go along with that. But for this project tonight, we have a brief little video that we put together to help sort of highlight what you'll be seeing. And with that, if the staff has that Vimeo pulled up, or Mr. Benton has it.
Everybody's so quiet.
I know, right?
Thank you for your patience, Madam Chair.
It's in the email. Complete with sound and all.
Yeah, we want the full, yeah.
So what you're seeing with this development here is actually, this is situated just north of the power lines. And when you come into the project, we've been working with staff for almost 2 years on the overall feel for the development and how it'll actually function. This is the main clubhouse as you come in. The power lines that FPL has would be to the left. They'll have a clubhouse and pool area on the back side. That is not Chris Sadowski in the water, but it is, it's definitely, a lot of attention was put into thinking about some of the amenities. You can actually see the power lines there in the backdrop. For this, each of the units actually have what we call tuck-under garages. So they actually have garages, and so you'll see on the right there's actually a garage that's opening up, and the car drives into it. The garage comes down like clockwork, and you'll also see separate to that we have some standalone garages in the parking lots themselves. This project provides what we call concierge service. So what you'll actually see is people that have trash and whatnot, they'll all be picked up by staff. It'll be taken to a compactor area where everything's handled that way, both bulk as well as regular waste. Everything's handled within the project itself. It has its own dog park. That is not my dog, but it's a good-looking dog regardless. It has abundant water features that have been tied into the project with both the pedestrian amenities and other features around this entire development. We've worked well with staff as well to make sure that all public facilities are being adequately provided for. We're dealing with both the school district as well as making sure that our permits are already preset with the DOT. We've already been through our pre-application process, and things are fairly well set. With that, we turn it over to the commissioners. If you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer those.
Thank you. Is there any questions?
With the stormwater storage behind that, have we had any history of flooding with that?
Yes. The answer is yes, and
Okay.
that's largely why we built that, and it's actually connects into Bell Avenue, and then we have where our ERD operations are. We built a number of wetlands and other storage areas over there, cleaning the water before it ever goes to 5 Mile Creek, 10 Mile Creek. This storage area was produced, I'm going to say 7 years ago. If you're looking at this map, if you look at the what would be the west side, okay, so you see where it goes under Oleander, there's a canal that goes through here, and that's where you start to see where it empties into the other creek. And so my question on the stormwater, if I answered your question, was where are you going to discharge, and is it going into the St. Lucie County, because you have the canal to the north near Sager, and then you have the county's stormwater project. Will you be participating in the maintenance of the stormwater attenuation in that pond before it goes into our system, or how are you handling the stormwater?
Good question, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this over to Stephen Frink, but in specific answer to your question, there is a 17-acre lake, as you can see, that the county did put in place. That was a stormwater plan for that area. This site, when we go through the final site plan approval, they'll develop the final site plan, as well as they'll work through construction plans. All those will have to meet best stormwater management practices, and as they put that in place, they will be working through that process. The calculations have begun for the project. Because this is only the preliminary site plan approval stage, we don't go to that extent yet, but because we've been working with staff for almost 2 years, we've gone much further than most people would for the preliminary plan. But Stephen, if you'd like to briefly answer that question.
And Commissioner Lee, this is actually called the Citrus Sager area.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Stephen Frink with Engineering, Design, and Construction for the record. So to address your stormwater concerns, we would evaluate the stormwater and it would discharge directly into the North St. Lucie Canal, where we would have to meet their allowable discharge rate for the district. And part of that would require intensive modeling to make sure that we met those requirements for finished floor elevations, minimum parking, and that also has to get approved by South Florida. So that way we make sure that we don't flood our residents out.
So as part of that conversation, how are you attenuating and cleaning the water on your property?
So
And
as
do you have
required
enough-
by the South Florida Water Management, we would have to attenuate and treat the water before it ever left our site.
Okay,
We would have
so,
to provide a partial treat, we'd have to provide treatment for the nutrients before they left.
so I know I'm way ahead of the game, but because you're going to be bringing this back, it gives you an opportunity to address them before you get to the actual site plan. So you talked about the Basin Management Action Plan, or the BMAP. I see your dog park is there on the far west side. It looks to be relatively close to the actual stormwater lake. And then also in that same area, you have the trash maintenance facility, to which I don't know where your water's going to go after it drains through your trash container. But how is all that water, and who's going to manage the dog park waste? I was going to ask too, is this a managed rental community?
It is. It's fully managed, and that's where, again, we talk about this concierge service. This will have staff on hand that'll be managing and operating things with both the units, the 7 units that are there, as well as with the clubhouse itself.
Then the question I did have on the parking lot, I call these shotgun parking lots because you can just take a straight shot all the way through. There's no meandering through the area. I don't see any crosswalks. Again, this is a preliminary thing, but I would ask, because you are looking at multifamily use, crosswalks to and from the parking areas to your clubhouse, some of those areas, they can walk internally. I see that to be true. But if the buses are going to be coming around, will they all be collecting at the bus stop here, or will the bus come through and make their way around the entire community before stopping at the bus stop there?
Good questions, and specific to your answers, what we have is we've already developed a very specific pedestrian plan. We've worked through crosswalks across every driveway area. We have about 4 different points of access extending east, both within to the actual commercial retail areas, and then around the clubhouse itself, to make sure that they're not only walking trails around the lake, but active trails that connect you specifically to the clubhouse in that area. I know Mr. Sanders from the school district is here as well tonight, and the question was brought up to him as well during the planning and zoning meeting regarding the bus plan and what they will do. They haven't worked through their plan to decide exactly how they may be handling school children within the development, but whenever that plan is in place, that will be part of the discussions we'll deal with on the final site plan. This is not set to be a gated community, so it's not as though we'll be dealing with gates for this, so we won't have to worry with that issue. But it was set up with not only buses, but also with fire department movements within the site. So we've already done full turning templates on the site to make sure that it can adequately handle the radius of turns for larger vehicles.
And then my last question, and Mr. Frank, maybe you can help me with the North St. Lucie Canal, your relationship to North St. Lucie. There are other communities that actually tie into North St. Lucie Canal. not this one specifically, but I have other issues in the county that are working with North St. Lucie with drainage. Will you be, or will the project be a CDD? Will it be, how will you be managing the water into the North St. Lucie? Will you be paying them some percentage of amount, whatever, to drain into their canal? And if so, who's going to maintain that canal? Because I have several canals that the North St. Lucie has that are largely under-maintained, and that's a big concern, and it gets to be a bigger concern for which will be your future residents.
So as far as who's going to maintain it, that would be the responsibility of the North St. Lucie Water Management District. As far as discharge, we would be discharging there. I don't believe that a CDD is in place because it is the North St. Lucie property.
Well, there are communities in St. Lucie County that actually have a CDD where they built a community, and they actually have an agreement with North St. Lucie where the CDD maintains the canal, maintains the, making sure the banks are secure, it's not overgrown, trash isn't built up and things like that. The concern about having a community next to a canal like this, trash can blow around, it can be an issue, and again, the maintenance of the canal will be affected by additional discharge into that canal.
And that is certainly something that we can talk with the district once we get to that point.
Okay, well, I'll be asking that question when you come back. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much. Again, it'll be these two items, so appreciate it. We won't come back up for the second item, so we'll be covered. Thank you.
So this is a public comment. I'll open it to the public. Is there anybody wishing to come forward and speak? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We'll come back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Is there a second? So it was Commissioner Bartz with Commissioner Leet making a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll do item 3, which was stated as the rezone for the PUD.
And this is quasi-judicial?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, let me get there. Hang on.
Madam Chair, this
It's qua-
item is quasi-judicial. You were getting ready to say
I was
that, I
going to
know
say
that.
that.
So we just need to disclose.
So I'll begin with you, Commissioner Zadowski.
Sure. I had a call inbound from Mr. Mowry, but I was unable to return the call, and otherwise it's just staff.
Okay, Commissioner Bartz?
Same as Commissioner Zdrowski.
Okay, Commissioner Leet?
I have spoken with Mr. Lowry this morning.
Okay, Commissioner Fowler?
Staff and Mowry.
Okay, and I too have spoke briefly with Commissioner Mowry as well as staff. Cordy, is there anything you want to say or add? If not,
Madam Chair, members of the board, again, staff's recommending approval consistent with the Planning and Zoning Commission to respond to Commissioner Zadowski's previous inquiry regarding filtration around the stormwater lake. Presuming this will remain a wet retention pond, our county land development code would require littoral plantings along the bank and shelf, as well as an upland buffer and select areas to provide and support that natural system filtration.
would you like to add anything, Mr. Mowry? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll open it up to the public. Anybody wishing to come forward? Seeing none, we'll close it, come back to the board.
Motion to approve.
Second.
That was Commissioner Fowler. Wait. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go to item 4, Lynn Ranch.
All right, good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Tahir Curry, Planning and Development Services Department. Agenda item 9B4, road paving waiver, and agenda item 10A1, major site plan for Lynn Ranch, South Header Canal Road, formerly known as Droughty South Header Canal. The public hearing was noticed with the display ad in local newspaper on November 24th, 2022, and mailed out notices to property owners within 500 feet. Mailed out notices were sent out to 32 property owners within 500 feet of the subject site. There were no responses provided back. The collective 152.29 acre parcel is located on the west side of South Hatter Canal Road, 2,000 feet south of the intersection of Hatter Canal Road and Okeechobee Road. The applicant has submitted a major site plan to include 10 lots, whereas a prior site plan was approved for 6 lots. The applicant owns 2 parcels of land totaling 57.87 acres that will be subdivided into individual lots. The proposed site plan provides for individual driveway access to each of the lots from South Hatter Canal Road. This is a zoning map of the subject site, which is zone AG5, Agriculture 5. On September 22nd, 2020, the Planning and Development Services Director approved the PDS order 2020-018 for 6 lots known as Droughty South Hatter Canal Road, depicted in the image to the left. The image to the right is a new proposed site plan, which is a major site plan to add 4 additional lots to the existing 6-lot subdivision for a total of 10 lots for single-family subdivision. The plan will include subdividing Lot 4 into the previous site plan that was approved into 2 lots totaling 11.7 acres, and Lot 6 into 4 single-family lots, which will be 8.55 acres, depicted to the image to the right again. On August 18th, 2020, the Board of County Commissioners granted approval to Resolution 2020-139 for a road paving waiver to elect to waive the fair share contribution based on the minimum traffic impacts generated by the proposed development. The property owner is amending the previous paving waiver to include 4 additional lots. Hatter Canal Road is a county-owned and maintained road. Pavement travel width is between 22 and 24. Right-of-way width of Hatter Canal Road is 75 feet. The applicant is requesting a waiver from the paving waiver requirements as well as the fair share requirements in accordance to the Land Development Code Section 70507B2 of the Land Development Code. If each of the lot is available to a single-family resident, the proposed site plan would be a small traffic generator, generating less than 100 vehicles trips per day. This section allows the Board of County Commissioners to waive the paving requirements for small traffic generators following the requirements. That the road is not necessary to provide adequate access to the proposed development and through the surrounding area, or the road will be paved as part of the county's 5-year road program or approved municipal serving taxes or benefits unit, or the access of the road does not have adequate right-of-way in which to construct the necessary paving improvements to accommodate the county standards. The options for granting the waiver does allow the county to attach conditions as deemed necessary to minimize the impacts of the road on the surrounding area, including but not limited to pavement of the developer or the developer's fair share contribution, paving costs for the unpaved road providing access to development. The fair share contribution for Droughty Brothers Investments road frontage is $531,822 for South Hatter Canal. South Hatter Canal Road is not listed on the county's road improvement schedule. South Hatter Canal is not on the county's 5-year plan for paving. South Hurley Canal is currently a county-owned and maintained road, but unimproved. The existing right-of-way width is sufficient in meeting the county's standards. The road paving waiver and major site plan conforms to the standards of review as set forth in St. Lucie County Land Development Code, Section 70507B2 and Section 110207, is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the St. Lucie County Comprehensive Plan. Staff recommends the board approve the road paving waiver and major site plan subject to the following conditions outlined in the resolutions. Number one, for the major site plan, the developer shall include the language on the final site plan stating that the owners, his and hers assisting the lot for the Droughty South Hurley Canal shall participate to a yes vote, lawfully establishing a MSTU or MSBU or other special assessments districts. Number two, on the major site plan, Category 1 invasive plant species shall be eradicated from the site. And on the paving waiver, it will be the same language that should be included on the plat itself. Staff and the applicants are available to answer any questions you may have regarding this project.
Thank you. This is also quasi-judicial, so we'll begin with you, Commissioner Zadowski.
I've only spoken to staff.
Commissioner Lee,
I have not spoken to anyone.
Commissioner Bartz,
I've spoken to staff.
Commissioner Fowler.
Staff.
Thank you, and I too have spoke to staff. Brad, do you have something you'd like to say?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Brad Curry with Engineering, Design, and Construction. Tonight, I am representing Phil and Troy Droughty in a request for a major site plan approval as well as a paving waiver. Staff did an excellent job presenting the project, outlining all of the issues. Just wanted to say a few things. This approval tonight will result in a total of 10 lots, where there were 6 before, so there's an additional 4 lots. The smallest lot that will be approved tonight will be 8.55 acres in size. So we're adding a total of 4 lots. Tonight I happened to be sitting in the back and heard some folks talking behind me that appear to live in the Hidden Acres project, which is to the west of us. And they had some questions, and I think I answered some of them, but they may come up and ask a few more questions. The Hidden Acres development has lots about 2.5 to 3 acres in size. So it's quite a bit smaller than ours, 8.55 acres. So I just want to say a few things. The applicant is not proposing to pave Header Canal Road. The approval tonight will not require the paving of Header Canal Road. It will not require any of the residents to pay to pave Header Canal Road. I think that was some of the conversations that I heard back there. There's no cost with the approval tonight to any of the existing residents within the Hidden Acres development. And really the intent here is to maintain that rural lifestyle that the folks out there off of Header Canal Road are living today. My client and I have reviewed the conditions of approval. We're in agreement with the conditions of approval, and I respectfully request your approval tonight. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions?
I'll wait until public.
Okay, I'll open it up to public comment. Is there anybody wishing to come forward, have any questions? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, come back to the board.
Madam Chair, this is a good time to have this conversation because it's happening more and more often. I happen to represent a district that was built, I use the term one stick at a time, one house on a dirt road, and over the course of 10, 15, 20 years, some of the communities, are 600, 900 units still on dirt roads, 50, 60 years later. So unfortunately, this is kind of how it starts with, dividing large lots and then starting to, break them down and then do it on a dirt road. But what happens after a long period of time, people get tired of, living with a dirt road and so on and so forth, and then they come in and want the current taxpayers to pay for a standard road, and that's cost prohibitive. And I hear the arguments too, and Commissioner Fowler, you're going to hear this too, because a lot of your district is the same way. They'll come and they'll argue, well, Port St. Lucie has sidewalks and roads and drainage and water and sewer and lights. Well, the house you built in a community in District 1 that started out one stick at a time was probably $20,000 back then. well, the house in Port St. Lucie with all those infrastructure items was probably $300,000. So you can see the difference in value as to how it starts out and what the cost associated. And so what the previous boards have done in order for the, kind of meet that, some kind of a compromise with the paving waiver and the fair share contribution, is that we ask and require in the conditions approval or a yes vote for a municipal services taxing unit, so that if the folks in this neighborhood, in this area, choose to pave the road, it'll be borne upon them as part of their municipal services taxing unit, so that you can build, you can do this type of thing, but we don't want to create the sins of the past, as I always say, because we're dealing with that today. You take a community like Paradise Park, it's taken 15 years and $18 million to retrofit drainage in just a simple road. So the reason why some of this conversation is happening is to try to avoid the sins of the past. And then the other is a fee in lieu of, after a 10-year period, if it hasn't been built, those monies go back to the individual applicant. And so we would have been holding that property for $500,000 plus for 10 years if it's not built, and then just return it. So it becomes a give and take and so on and so forth. So we're trying to find compromises in which to make it a better opportunity for the citizens in the county, but also those who wish to separate their large lots. So I just wanted to provide that as kind of a background for you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping to educate tonight. This is great. Is there any other questions? Comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Oh, you got it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Commissioner Fowler, did you have something?
No.
Okay. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to jump over to 10A1, since this is the same property, and this is the regular agenda item. Again, this is quasi judicial. Commissioner Zadowski?
Madam Chair, I've only spoken to staff.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes, and for the record, I did speak with staff on both of these.
Okay, Commissioner Bartz?
Staff.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Fowler?
Staff.
I myself as staff.
Madam Chair, since it's a regular item, I'll be happy to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Lee, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, we're going to go back to public hearings.
Get your scorecard out.
This is a lot of moving parts.
You're doing a great job.
Okay, we're going to do item C1. Rumar?
You're keeping us on our toes tonight.
I'm trying.
All right, good evening, Chair Townsend and Commissioners. Dan Zeralt, County Engineer, with Ben Balser, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director, for the record. Presenting item 9C1, the request by Rumar Inc. for a mining permit exemption for the Rumar Stormwater Management Agricultural Tailwater Recovery Project. This is a quasi-judicial public hearing, and notices were mailed on September 19, 2022, to 6 property owners within 500 feet radius of the subject parcel, and an ad was placed in the newspaper on September 23, 2022. A public notice sign was placed on the property by the property owner in accordance with Land Development Code's public notice requirements. The parent parcel where the mining permit exemption request is being considered consists of approximately 643 acres and is located approximately 0.9 miles west of Glades Cutoff Road and east of the South Florida Water Management District's C-23 Canal in southwestern St. Lucie County. The approximate location of the 2 stormwater ponds on the parent parcel is indicated on this slide in red. On January 6, 2022, South Florida Water Management issued a water use individual permit for the Rumar Agricultural Tailwater Recovery Project, which authorized the dewatering of the shallow water table aquifer to facilitate excavation of the 2 tailwater recovery ponds. All dewatering effluent was required to be held on site with a constructed recharge trench and perimeter berms of the agricultural field. On February 4th, 2022, South Florida issued a permit exemption for the Rumar Agricultural Tailwater Recovery Project for the construction of the best management practice tailwater recovery stormwater ponds, facilitating the reuse of stormwater runoff diverted from 310 acres of agricultural fields as irrigation water. The on-site development consisted of the excavation of 2 stormwater ponds, also known as tailwater recovery ponds, again, to allow the reuse of stormwater runoff from approximately 310 acres of agricultural fields as irrigation water. As shown on the screen, Pond A is about 18.4 acres and Pond B totals 14.6 acres with a maximum water depth of about 10 feet. To date, all construction activities have been completed, and South Florida Water Management has approved the applicant's as-built survey of the tailwater recovery ponds. Some of the excavated material was used on-site to create perimeter berms, but an estimated 80,000 cubic yards of surplus material, which is mostly silica sands and clay sands, remains stockpiled on-site. Pursuant to Land Development Code Section 11.05.11, A.2H, Rumar Inc. filed for an application requesting an exemption from the requirement of a mining permit to allow for the off-site removal of excavated material in excess of 100 cubic yards, originating from the development of 2 on-site stormwater management ponds. Land Development Code Section 6.06.01A states, "It shall be illegal to excavate or mine as defined in Chapter 2 any real property in St. Lucie County without first obtaining a mining permit for such activity, except as exempted in Section 11.05.11. Land Development Code 11.05.11A1 further specifies that no mining or excavation operation shall be conducted in the unincorporated areas of St. Lucie County without a permit from the Board of County Commissioners. As used within this section, the terms mining and excavation operation includes any operation that entails the excavation or removal of earth off-site in excess of 100 cubic yards. Land Development Code Section 11.05.11A2 outlines activities that are exempt from the mining permit requirement, provided that all applicable federal, state, and local permits and/or authorizations have been obtained, and the removal of the material remains on-site and is required to support development on-site. The listed exemptions include the removal of material for existing agricultural operations, provided the material remains on-site. Additionally, there's an exemption for the removal of material for development in which the material is being excavated to provide on-site stormwater management. This includes a process for the off-site removal of material in excess of 100 cubic yards, provided that the property owner receives approval from the Board of County Commissioners through the public hearing process. The request presented this evening is the public hearing before the board to consider off-site removal of material in excess of 100 cubic yards from the on-site development of the 2 stormwater management ponds as authorized by the South Florida Water Management District. The applicant proposes to remove the 80,000 cubic yards of excess material, which is equivalent to about 4,000 dump truck loads, for use at other projects within the greater Tradition area of the county. This exhibit provides the proposed haul route, indicating trucks traveling north on Glades Cutoff and south on Rangeline Road. Staff has reviewed the request for a mining permit exemption to haul material off-site from the subject property pursuant to Land Development Code Section 1105-11A.2.h in subsection 11.0703B, as provided in the agenda item staff report. Staff is recommending approval based on the completed development of the 2 stormwater ponds authorized pursuant to South Florida Water Management District, that there is no active excavation operation, that there is no processing of material, there is no operation of mining equipment, and based on the temporary nature of the proposed hauling activity. Therefore, staff recommends the following conditions minimize any adverse effects to the immediate vicinity. The removal, condition number 1 is the removal of excavated material under this exemption shall be performed and completed by June 6, 2023. Condition 2, the hauling operation is limited to Monday through Friday within the hours of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., excluding all holidays. If there are documented adverse effects from the hauling operation during the school session, the county engineer may further restrict the operation hours from daylight to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday or as needed. Condition number 3, a maintenance agreement bond or line of credit shall be secured within 30 days of board approval and maintained until receiving county written approval of hauling completion. The county will inspect the haul route included but not limited to Glades Cutoff Road and Range Line Road during and following the hauling operation. Rumar Inc. will be responsible for any damage associated with the hauling. And condition number 4, the mining permit exemption may be revoked for 1, violation of any condition imposed upon such approval, and or 2, upon complaint and proof of adverse effect on adjacent properties. The permit may be revoked only after the Board of County Commissioner holds a public hearing in accordance with Section 110004, unless the permittee consents to revocation of the permit. If the permittee provides written consent of the revocation, the director shall revoke the permit and notify the Board of County Commissioners of the revocation. This completes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available to address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is quasi judicial. Commissioner Zadowski.
I had interaction with Matt Mandel, who's outside counsel on this issue, and staff.
Commissioner Lee.
Staff.
Commissioner Bartz.
Matt Mandel and staff.
Commissioner Fowler.
Matt Mandel and staff.
And I have had the same, as well as I've had conversations with Mr. Carlton. Okay, are you here to represent them?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Kate English. I'm here on behalf of Rumar Inc. in support of this application. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for a really excellent presentation and staff report. I kind of feel like I don't have a whole lot of thunder left to kind of run through there, so thank you very much. We'd request that you move that report into the record. In addition to that, we have a couple of folks to talk to you this evening. The first one is Vanessa Bessie, who I believe most of you are familiar with. She's with the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, and they participated in the cost share with Rumar Inc. for this project. The other person is Amy Saracen-Tabeau, who's going to talk to you a little bit about your rules and regulations in support of what staff has provided for you this evening. And when they're done, we'd like to reserve a bit of time for rebuttal in the event that you have public comments or concerns to give us an opportunity to respond to that.
Thank you.
Ms. Bessie?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. For the record, my name is Vanessa Steven. My name has changed since I was last here. And I am with the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Office of Ag Water Policy. Our role is to assist agricultural producers in improving water quality and using less water on their operations. I'm an environmental administrator out of the Okeechobee office, and it is my pleasure to tell you a little bit about where agriculture fits into the Florida water quality story. The FDAC's Best Management Program, or BMP program, and the cooperative projects we have with RUMAR. I have a presentation. Can you put it up? Can I control it here? Okay, so the Department of Environmental Protection is responsible for developing water quality standards in the state of Florida, and they do that by establishing total maximum daily loads, or TMDLs. So from the TMDL, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection develops a basin management action plan, which is a plan that pulls together stakeholders to meet the water quality goal that's been set. The regulatory responsibility of agricultural producers within a basin management action plan is to enroll in the FDAC's Best Management Practices program and to implement all of the applicable BMPs that apply to their property. Producers within established BMAPs, or Basin Management Action Plans, are afforded two options by state statute. They can either enroll in the Best Management Practices program and implement all applicable BMPs, or they can monitor their water quality at their own expense and prove that they meet water quality standards. If a producer enrolls in our Best Management Practices program and implements all applicable BMPs, they receive a presumption of compliance with state water quality standards. So what are best management practices? They're management practices, tools, and strategies, and their main purpose is to improve water quality, conserve water, and to protect the environment. They are developed in collaboration with multiple partner agencies as well as agricultural producers. There are three basic categories of BMPs, and those are nutrient management, irrigation management, and water resource protection. So how do BMPs work? Well, they control inputs, so at the source, we work with producers to use less fertilizer on their properties and to make where the fertilizer is placed more precise. So they're putting it right where the plant needs it. Or we provide treatment, which it's within or at the edge of farm to keep nutrients from leaving the farms. RUMAR has been enrolled in the FDAC's BMP program since January of 2010 and received the Commissioner's Environmental Award in 2015, which spotlights the environmentally innovative farming practices of the state's growers and ranchers. So the reason we're all here is the RUMAR Tailwater Recovery Project. And so for those of you that don't, in a nutshell, what a tailwater recovery project is we use the topography of the land to build a pond, a stormwater pond at the low end, and we treat the water and reuse it on the farm. So we catch it at the bottom and we pump it back onto the land. So FDAC's worked with RUMAR to design and build an approximately 30-acre tailwater recovery project in St. Lucie County. I want to make it clear that FDOT does not provide cost share funding to agricultural producers to construct mines. We're not in the business to do that. We're in the business to build water quality projects or projects that help the farmers use less water on their properties. The FDOT's cost share program is utilized by enrolled producers to implement BMPs that will improve water quality or reduce water use. The RUMAR Tailwater Recovery Project will capture and reuse surface water from approximately 300-acre vegetable operation, and is expected to reduce both nitrogen and phosphorus entering the regional system. We estimated the reductions for the project using some modeling, and the reduction for phosphorus is about 400 pounds per year, and for nitrogen is 1 ton per year. And it's important to note that this is in the St. Lucie County or St. Lucie BMAP area, and it is both a nitrogen and a phosphorus BMAP. So, in addition, we worked with RUMAR to design the project to be able to release water onto the ranch for further attenuation if they have to release water before it enters the regional system. So I just want to take the opportunity to talk about a few of the other projects that FDACS has partnered with NRCS, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, and South Florida Water Management District over the years. These are pictures of projects on Bull Hammock Ranch. It's located right across the canal in Martin County. We worked with them to develop a former citrus area to store water that would normally be released to the C-23 canal. It's a 200-acre project, sorry, and it can store about 240 acre feet. This, just like the tailwater recovery pond that we're talking about tonight, they can also release the water back onto the ranch for further attenuation before it goes back into the regional system. In addition, Bull Hammock contains a 1,622 acre storage area where the Carltons have the ability to store over 2,000 acre feet of water and provide the removal of approximately 2,000 pounds of phosphorus and 2,400 pounds of nitrogen. In addition, I thought it was really important to let you guys know that RUMAR and FDACS are cooperating with St. Lucie County on a project to rehydrate Cypress Creek in the western part of the county off of Bluefield Road. In 2021, FDACS assisted RUMAR in cleaning and restoring approximately 3 miles of existing berm and installing new surface water structures that will maximize the water storage once the project is built. And that is all I have. If the board has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions?
Thank y'all. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Amy Sarrazin-Thibault with Pavese Law Firm. I work with Kate, and our office represents RUMAR. As Kate mentioned, I'll be presenting on some of the regulatory aspects of this request. So, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, and the burden of proof is competent substantial evidence. And so what is competent substantial evidence? Simply put, it is facts that are adduced on the record, both testimony here tonight, the staff report, the application, and all other files on the record. And are those facts sufficient, logical, and relevant to support the decision that you make here tonight? So, we've already covered a little bit as to why this mining exemption is required, why we are here at the public hearing tonight. I really want to clarify what we are requesting today. We are not requesting authorization to mine. We are here because the county does require approval through this public hearing process to remove excess material that exceeds 100 cubic yards. So the county does require all excavation to be permitted. There are some exemptions, and there are two here that are relevant tonight. The first is the exemption for excavation related to agricultural operations. So the tailwater recovery ponds that were constructed on the RUMAR site were excavated in accordance with that agricultural exemption. However, this exemption does require that the material remains on site. So there is another exemption that also comes into play here. And it does allow for the removal of excess material from the site so long as that material was generated in the production of a stormwater management system to support on-site development. That is what we are requesting here today. It's important that we first address some concerns that we have been made aware of up to this point. First and foremost, it has come to our attention that an attorney has sent a letter that essentially states that this is only limited to the agricultural operation exemption and that these exemptions are sort of mutually exclusive. However, under the concepts of statutory construction, how do we read this? How do we interpret these provisions in the Land Development Code? Under those concepts of statutory construction, we look to the plain and ordinary meaning of what we see here first. And so if we had seen the list of exemptions and if the word or had been included there, then yes, only one exemption would have applied because that or indicates that the exemptions are mutually exclusive from each other. That language is not there, so a plain and ordinary reading of this particular section of the code would indicate that 2 exemptions might apply to the same project. Further, if there is any ambiguity in a provision related to zoning or land development regulations, Florida courts have held time and time again, it is black letter law, that such provisions must be construed in favor of the property owner. So even if there was ambiguity here, which there isn't, this would have to be read in a way that would support our request here today, and therefore we would have to look at the 2 exemptions as both applying to the project. The second concern that we have been made aware of is that many residents are concerned about mining activities on this property. Again, I want to be very clear, this is not a mine. So what is a mine? The Florida statutes define a mine as an area of land upon which mining operations have been, are being, or will be conducted. But it also includes the provision that the term mine is to be interpreted as the term is commonly used in the trade. We can also look to the Oxford Dictionary definitions of mining and mine, and both refer to excavation for extracting minerals. So therefore, mining is a type of extraction that we do for the purpose of extracting minerals from the earth. What makes this a little bit confusing is that mining under the Land Development Code is defined to be any excavation or removal of earth in excess of 100 cubic yards. So really, mining under the Land Development Code includes more than traditional mining, more than what residents are concerned about today. Conversely, excavation is a much broader term, and that's really what has happened here. So excavation, as defined by both the Florida statutes and the Land Development Code, refers to the removal of earth. We're changing the grade, we're scooping out, we're talking about dredging and all of that. So yes, mining, again, is excavation. Not all excavation is mining. This is what a mining operation looks like. This is what we talk about when we talk about a mine, as that term is commonly used in the trade. Conversely, this is the property. This is the tailwater, one of the tailwater recovery ponds that was created. This is not a mine. It's also important to note that our proposal does not request approval for future excavation. The excavation is complete. We are simply looking to remove the excess fill that has been stockpiled on the property. There is also, there has been an allegation that this request would not meet the standards set forth in Land Development Code for the construction of an on-site water management system to support development thereon. We understand that often people refer to agricultural properties as being undeveloped because they are not developed for residential, commercial, or industrial use. However, the Florida statutes and the Land Development Code both define development to be any material alteration or any modification of site conditions. So agriculture does fall within the purview of development, and therefore the on-site water management system that we have constructed was to further support the agricultural development on site and those ongoing agricultural operations. As Kate mentioned, we are in full agreement with the staff report and the conditions proposed, and so we will we would like to adopt that presentation and the staff report into our presentation, and I will skip a discussion of the criteria and how we meet it. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions?
Okay, thank you.
So I know that was a lot of information. I'm going to try to just make it real simple. As it was stated, basically our code currently in place, if you are building a development even, and you have dirt that you've dug for infrastructure for ponds on your property, you can only move basically equivalent to like one dump truck, maybe two at the most. And anything more than that, you have to apply for a mining permit to get the dirt off of your property. In this case, though, this is a little bit different because it's not for development. This is an agricultural use, and it's a farm. And there's also other things that fall under this that is the Right to Farm Act. And so with the Right to Farm Act, it's another whole set of different rules. And so the confusion is that this is coming to us when there is a potential mine that is in that same vicinity trying to move in and go across the planning and zoning department, and they're not here yet. And so there's a lot of confusion out there with that is a mine. What that other company is wanting to do is a true mine. They're going to mine aggregate. They are going to sell the dirt, and it is 100% a mine. This project is not. This project is simply an ag-related farming project, and they're looking to move the dirt that has already been sitting there that was for a water project. So I hope that kind of simplifies it a little bit because you were given a lot of legal technology. And Commissioner Zadowski, you want to say a few more things too?
You did a great job, and I would just simply state that the simple measure here is we are required to take this project, this item on its face only. So if someone brings in another scenario and says, compare it to this, we are not able to consider those kind of scenarios. What if? We have to take a look at this on its single face as it is and not consider the outside, I'm going to say noise, outside of what this particular item is. So to make sure we don't cross any lanes and stay in our lane as commissioners. So
You have to take each project as what that project is. So does anybody have any questions for staff or for the legal counsel? If not, I'm going to open it up to public comment at this time, and then we will come back. If there is any concerns or something, we'll allow you to speak to any of the conversations or concerns. So at this time, we'll open it up to the public for public comment. If there's anybody wishing to come forward on this, would you please come to the podium? Good evening.
Hi. Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Melissa Jakes, and I live at the 2100 block of Glades Cutoff Road. So I'm just here to try to get some understanding on exactly what 1105 means when it's referring to the permission of off-site removal for the excess dirt. We had a general public attorney make some comments, and some of you got received the letter, but not all of you because you're new. So I just like some clarification on how it does fit the code, but also outside of that. Mr. Carlton's been in this business for decades, and he started this project and this excavation of this material prior to ever asking for the permits to be put in place. This already started in June of this year, where we had hundreds of dump trucks traveling down our road at high rates of speed. If you've ever been down our road, it's a dead end. It's not paved on like a normal asphalt road, and it causes tremendous damage. But on top of that, they're speeding with 70,000 pounds of dump truck barreling down our road. And I have one video after another, just hundreds of trucks in a few day period of time, and they destroyed our road. I had to contact the county. They had to come out. They had to give them a cease and desist. I just don't understand how somebody can do whatever they want, how they can start at dark and continue till dark, and you can hear it in your houses. Mind you, I'm several acres from the road with a tree buffer. I just don't understand how somebody and how you're going to regulate the safety. We have no room to escape the trucks on our road. We all suffer vehicle damage. You cannot ride your horses on the side of the road. It completely impacts our way of life. You can't take your kids on the bike on the road because there is no way to get away from the dump trucks. No way. How is Mr. Carlton going to fix my grandson if he gets hit by one of those trucks? Because he wants to remove the dirt from his agricultural property and sell it to Department of Highway Patrol to build, Department of Highway to build the on-ramp for 95 in St. Lucie West. I just don't see how it's okay for somebody to be able to bypass the rules and then come before you and get permission to continue. And that's how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Again, my name is Kathy Schoen. I live at 9338 Carlton Road, and earlier I talked about the impact and the number of truck trips that would be taken if and when that mine is ever approved, but for the application they put in. And you've also gotten, I worked out the same idea to try and compare what the roads have been used for when it was ag versus what the impact is going to be now with the number of trucks that are going to be used for the next 6 months. And essentially, trucks per day, it's about 10 times more, maybe even 12 times more than what the trucks would have been if it was for transporting oranges or cabbage. So the problem, and I think this whole water thing is beautiful. Anything you can do good for us out there about water is got me going. But I'm looking at some of these suggestions, and I would really hope that you could reconsider some of them or enhance them. Essentially, on the second dot, it says, if there are documented adverse effects from the hauling operation during the school section, the county engineer may further restrict the hours of operation from daylight to 5 p.m. Actually, that would extend the operations because daylight usually comes around 6 o'clock. And right now, it's saying, you're suggesting the hauling operation would be from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So my suggestion is to maybe look at that. If in fact you want to further restrict, I think that needs to be clarified. In the second one, and I think that the woman before me, Melissa, suggested it, is the damage to the road. And I think it's really good that the county's going to look at during and following hauling operation. My concern would be if we've got 56 truck trips a day on a road that really can't handle it. You've heard it, and it's true. They had about 100 some odd trucks, and they were demolishing the road. I think there needs to be, the county needs to assume the responsibility, not the residents, to get out there more frequently than just during. I think there needs to be a pattern of looking. There needs to be some accountability, and the county needs to make sure it's taken care of, because it is dangerous. I believe, you need, if it has to happen, it has to happen, but I think that the trucks are the issue here, from my perspective. And the other thing is the trucks and the truck drivers themselves, because if you'll talk to anyone that's been on those roads when they have dump trucks, these guys want to make time, and they don't care how they do it. They go fast. Glades Cutoff is a straight run. Oh, how much fun that is. I don't have to shift gears. I just keep going. And they do. We've got mothers that are driving kids back and forth to school. These truck drivers don't care. They keep moving. So I don't believe that Rumor has any control over those truck drivers. So my question is, as a county, how can we be protected as residents on those roads? Are we going to, every time we're going to almost have an accident, we almost have an accident? To get anybody to really look at what's going out there, I think there needs to be accountability for making sure that the roads are repaired, not 10 days afterward, not a day after. That is going to be responsibility. If the county is assuming that this is okay, and I don't disagree that it's okay, I just think it needs to be done and done well. And I think the trucks are the major issue. They're big, they're fast, and they move, and that's how they make their money. So if we want to get 40,000, 80,000 cubic yards of dirt moved with between 4,000 trucks at 56 a day, we need to figure out some way to let it happen that everybody can be safe and the roads can be protected. There are children out there, so anyway, thank you for your time, and I hope that this can be handled in a way that the residents can be protected and Rumar can do what he needs to do. So, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Josephs, and I'm speaking to you tonight not only as a resident and small business owner of the 10,000 block of Carlton Road in Port St. Lucie, but I'm also speaking to you tonight as a concerned parent. A few months ago, I was driving my 2 young children to school, and I was turning onto Glades Cutoff Road, and not long after that, I heard a large dump truck behind me approaching me very quickly. As the sound got louder, I checked my speedometer to make sure that I was okay. I was going the speed limit, and I saw the truck pull to my left and overtake me. My 7-year-old in the back seat yelled, "I don't want to die." Not a joke. Now, as a parent, our primary task is to keep our kids safe, and this was a really terrifying experience. There's no hard surface shoulder on Glades Cutoff Road. There's just grass and then a ditch. After the experience, I found out that there were many dump trucks carrying dirt. This was coming from the property, the Rumar property, and it was in the violation of the permit. And I had spoken to my neighbors at the time, which is how I know that it was, because this is when all those dump trucks were coming from that direction. As a small business owner, I also make money from my property, and I'm in support of others doing the same thing, but not at the expense of the safety of my neighbors. There are many issues with the trucks in our area. First, we live in Ag 5, and our area is no longer sparse. We have a lot more homes and families there than has ever been there before. We are growing, and we have a lot of small agricultural businesses. We have both wild animals and fenced-in livestock, and sometimes that livestock just decides they don't want to be fenced in anymore. It's not uncommon on our 2 neighborhood Facebook pages to see posts from neighbors about cows and horses or sheep that got loose. We even have a sweet dog that likes to sit on Carlton Road and take in the fresh air. Second, we have many neighbors that are opposed to large amounts of trucks traveling through our area. In fact, as few of you know, there is another proposed mine, and I'm not going to get confused with that. I'm not confused about the differences. But we have had talks about the trucks. As mining is, I've been told, 50% trucking. I don't think that the precedent should be set that having several dump trucks in our agricultural neighborhood is okay. I'm well aware that the other proposed project in scope and capacity is far greater than the removal of dirt that you're considering here tonight. But I ask that you consider our area as Ag 5 and not heavy industrial, which would be the proper place for this amount of trucks. We're a farming community, and as rural as they come. We don't have police out there patrolling for speeding vehicles, and it takes longer for us to get our electricity turned on after a storm than pretty much anywhere else in St. Lucie County. It takes time to get emergency vehicles out there. According to St. Lucie County's future land use elements, goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan, the goal 1.1 states, ensure the highest quality living environment possible through a mixture of land uses reflecting the needs and desires of the local residents and how they want their community to develop. The goal shall be implemented by strictly enforced building, zoning, and development codes based on objectives and policies that will enhance St. Lucie County's natural and man-made resources while minimizing any damage or threat of degradation to health, safety, and welfare of the county's citizens, native wildlife, and environment through incompatible land uses. I ask that you consider the safety of your rural St. Lucie County residents and our livestock. There are many of us opposed to mining in our area, and that includes the trucks. Subcontracted truck drivers, as I understand it, are paid by the load and therefore often ignore speed limit signs as they do if they know it is unlikely that they're going to get pulled over. These drivers will take the quickest route to their destination. And according to the 2020 data of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, 55% of fatal crashes involving large trucks occur in rural areas. I have to only assume that's because they're not often policed. One accident with a life lost is too many, and we have a beautiful farming community at this time. There's no other business operating with massive amounts of dump trucks in our area. I, along with many neighbors, are opposed to mining. I don't want our community, and that includes the trucks, I should say trucking in that capacity. I don't want our community to develop in this way. It's a true gem of St. Lucie County. And as growth continues, I ask that you consider leaving us as Ag 5. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Ms. Joseph, before you leave, you made a statement, and I just want to make sure that I didn't hear it incorrectly. You had said something about the permit, and they were in violation of the permit when they built the.
Oh, I'm
tail-
sorry. Yes, no,
I
I
just wanna
know they
make
weren't
sure
in
that-
violation of a permit, but they were in violation of the activity. The activity was in violation.
Okay, I just want to say, I just wanted to clarify what you said.
problem.
So, okay, very good.
I'm sorry I misspoke.
No worries. And then, Madam Chair, if I could just share that, the Sheriff's Office does have their agricultural unit and detail that is able to approach these types of situations for the future. So if you see something, say something, and 9/11, and we do have a sheriff's detail in the agricultural community, if that's helpful. And the speeding would be a problem. I absolutely agree. But thank you. I wanted to share that. Mhm.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to come forward? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We'll come back to the board.
Madam Chair, while the applicants are going to have a chance to rebuttal, I'd like to have them talk to the situation on the Right to Farm Act and the actual building of the tailwater project. As indicated, there were some concerns about that it shouldn't be able to happen there. I want to make sure you talk about that. The issue was raised about the daylight, that hours of operation from daylight. That is a concern. We do have daylight savings, and if you call it daylight, it could be 5:45 in some parts of the year, and it could be 7:30 or 8 o'clock. So I think a tightening up of that language for conditions, I think absolutely lends itself. But I'll wait to ask the applicant one more question in regard to, and I'm going to look to Dan now before I even say it out loud, because I know he's going to say, hey, you can't do that. But Mr. McIntyre, you and I have had this conversation before with other excavation projects, and we have a particular mine that's in the North County specifically. I'm going to just talk about that one. And they provide a voluntary 5-cent contribution to the county that can be utilized for road resurfacing or environmental concerns, et cetera, and it's a voluntary process by which they can do. Now, my goal here tonight is to ask for a voluntary contribution of the same 5 cents per ton, which would be able to be utilized for road resurfacing or some other element that would be beneficial to the environment. I'm very happy to hear and to see and to listen to the value of the tailwater project. And from an agricultural standpoint, the county and the state is putting in billions and billions of dollars to clean up our waterways. And when you have a private investment of a local farmer or ranch that does this, the Adams have been given award after award after award of how they manage their water on their property. So I'm incredibly, pleased that this is happening on a smaller scale. But if we have more farms and more branches that do this, will be more beneficial in taking some of the pressure off of taxpayers when it comes time to clean up our waterways. So, Mr. McIntyre, the question of asking for a voluntary contribution of 5 cents a ton to help us with any environmental issue that may occur and/or road resurfacing after the fact.
I'll resist the urge to say you can't do that, but you actually cannot require it under state law. You cannot require an extraction fee from anybody in terms of the mining. The mine that you've indicated is Mr. Nick Stewart, I believe.
Stewart, yeah.
And he, on his own, without any influence or request by the board, just because he sees he wants to use it for environmental purposes, I think, but he came on his own and agreed to contribute that I think it was that 5 cent, I think it's what you said, for his mine. But we did not ask for it as a staff level. You could not require it.
So I'm not going to ask tonight. They might have heard something in the halls of it.
Okay.
I won't ask, Dan.
All right. A suggestion for the applicant to consider on the one condition about the restriction of hours of operation, perhaps we could just end the sentence there after operation and strike the words from daylight to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. So it would read, the county engineer may further restrict the hours of operation. That would give some flexibility there. Again, it's in the school system. If you're not comfortable with that, we could add may reasonably restrict the hours of operation. But that would seem to clean up the intent and give some flexibility to staff in the event that there's a conflict with schools or anything else, really.
For the record, that's an acceptable modification of that language to the applicant. We would accept reasonable modification. And I agree with the lady who gave the comment. When I read that, it was inconsistent to me as well. We have no concerns with that change. For the record, Kate English, on behalf of Rumar. Some interesting things, and I want to go back and clarify one thing. This is not a mining project. It's never been a mining project. This is the construction of a surface water management facility whose job it is to capture the water that falls on this property, to hold it so it can be used for irrigation purposes, and to maintain that surface water management in that place in a way that is both beneficial to the property and also limits any potential for offsite impacts. It's one of the reasons that the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services cost shared on this. This is not a mining project. This is a project, however, that when it was finished, and after they finished the berms and all the other things that were required as part of this project, there are 80,000 cubic yards of fill that are left on the property. That is property that now can't be used for farming because it has excess fill on it. There is absolutely an exemption that allows, as Amy pointed out, that allows agriculture to excavate these systems without permits from the county. But there's also the additional exemption to remove excess fill when the fill was generated by constructing a surface water management system, which is what we did here. So at this point, we've got a very defined amount of fill. There are, because of the holiday and the weekend exemptions, there are 120 shoe days to haul it. I'm interested in math a little bit. I'm an English major, so do forgive me if I have erred in that. But what I came out with was about 36 trucks a day total coming out of this over 122 days. Actually 133. Again, I'm an English major, please forgive me. And that's over the course of 9 hours. So this is for the removal of excess fill, a very defined space, a very defined time. We are agreeable to the conditions that staff has imposed. We think they're right. We're agreeable to the modification and the inconsistency that was brought up during the public comment. This does fit into the code. I think everyone who drives on any road in Florida right now is in fear for their lives. We have a lot of traffic. We have a lot of people who are new to the area and don't necessarily know where they're going. I'm empathetic to that, but I do think that's an enforcement issue that, as the commission has already pointed out, we are required under the conditions of staff to post a $150,000 bond to address road concerns that are associated with this. In regard to the animals that may be loose on this road, with all due respect, Florida has been a fence law state for many, many decades. If your pet is out, if your animals are out, you are liable for them being out. There are many, as the Carltons and the Cruzes, my family farms as well, and there are many, many nights in the wintertime, usually around Christmas and New Year's, when I am out at 2 o'clock in the morning fixing fence while my sister and my cousins round up the cows that got out because someone very kindly drove through the fence in one location and then out in another. I get the concern, but the fact of the matter is that's your responsibility to keep your animals fenced. We had all of the approvals that we needed from state authorization. And as I've mentioned, there's the exemption under the county's regulations for excavation. We received those in February. So if the excavation was going on in June, that was within the permitted timeframes. This project has since been certified as complete by the South Florida Water Management District, which means no more dirt can be moved. It can only be maintained in its current configuration. And as to the Right to Farm Act, I'm a little confused about the commissioner's concern in that regard.
I just simply wanted to clarify so that the folks who were speaking had talked about the fact that they were or were not permitted to do this on their property as an active farm. So under the Right to Farm Act, this is a process that can occur on the property without a permit from St. Lucie County. However, if it's more than 100 cubic yards to move materials off the road or off of the land, then it needs a permit with us. So the differential is our ordinance and then the Right to Farm Act to actually create this water quality project on site without anything more from the county to make that action happen. So I was leaving it to you to define the differences between our ordinances and the Right to Farm Act.
Okay. In the Right to Farm Act, effectively that protects existing farms that have existed for more than a year in the state of Florida from unreasonable regulation that is related to their farming, which is also where we get into the issues of whether building permits are required for farm buildings. They're actually exempt under Florida law so long as they comply with your floodplain requirements. This is one of those things, and it was taken care of. But anything that goes outside the farm absolutely is subject to the review and approval and control of the county. And even though that there may, I believe it was alluded to in the staff report, there was a misunderstanding about that, and as soon as notified, Rumar stopped the process and entered into this one. That's a normal part of this, and any time that a farm is coming off the farm with something, it is going to be subject to county regulation, and you absolutely have the power to regulate it in that space. And in regard to the safety concerns, I would point out that the Carltons and the Cruzes live on that road as well, and they drive that road when they are taking children to school. And I am pretty sure, knowing Mr. Carlton, he is a man of firm conviction, and he does not mince words when he has something on his mind. I am quite sure that he is more than capable of taking care of that if he becomes aware of it. Do you have any other questions or concerns?
I do have a question. This is more for Mr. McIntyre or anyone that could answer it. Is there any way to legally address the safety issues that was brought up regarding children and passing and speeding to minimize?
Right. It has been pointed out, the sheriff does have an agricultural unit. We could, on behalf of the residents, ask for increased enforcement and for that unit to actually observe on a more regular basis. The unit is, it's a big agricultural area in the county, so we would need to ask the sheriff and indicate that there's been complaints, and that would be the county's role here. The sheriff is the chief law enforcement officer for the county, an independent constitutional officer, independently elected. So we would simply ask him to consider increased enforcement in that area.
Is it also possible to put a monitor in with a camera to catch license plates for speeders?
I'm assuming we could, in terms of cameras. I would need to make sure there's some laws in our state that I would want to make. I don't know the answer to your question, but I will certainly look into it. In Florida, we are very sensitive about people's personal rights, and so we have laws regulating drone flights and things like that. So I would need to make sure that there's no issue there. But if there's not, that would be a possibility. We could put it perhaps in our right-of-way or something like that.
Yeah. Commissioner, I can just add to that we typically do not use cameras to determine speeding, but you do have license plate reader cameras that can track the vehicles that are going up and down the road, so at least you know which vehicles are there.
Any other questions?
Just clarification, because I know there's a lot of concern about the dump trucks traveling on Carlton Road, but maybe you guys can clarify. And I might be mistaken, I thought that we were going to be potentially routing these Glades Cutoff to Range Line Road to Tradition, or from wherever out from there, but that the dump trucks were not going to be traveling up and down Carlton Road.
That's
Am I
correct.
incorrect?
That's correct.
Okay,
The proposed
so-
haul route does not include Carlton Road. Carlton Road is weight restricted.
Okay. And then also, if I'm not, forgive me if I'm incorrect, but we also spoke about already having the control parameters to be able to shorten the time if we find that the dump trucks on the road at the same time as the school buses are not conducive. Is that correct?
That's correct. With the proposed language change that Mr. McIntyre requested or suggested, we can modify it as needed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much for your time and attention this evening.
Is there any more conversation? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
And Madam Chair, that's as amended to reflect the amended language that we discussed with the applicant on the restrictions on the school daylight, which you just referenced.
And I will second with the verbiage added.
Okay. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we'll go back to item 9B1. This is the Oak Ridge.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Corey Benton, Planning Manager for the record. I'm joined by Amy Cooper, Environmental Regulations Manager. Presenting agenda item 9B1, the large-scale future land use map amendment for the Oak Ridge Ranches petition. This evening's public hearing was duly noticed with a display advertisement in the local newspaper, also with courtesy mailers to owners of property within 500 feet of the affected area. And the applicant provided courtesy notice via the placement of 3 signs on the premises, 2 along Glades Cutoff roadway, 1 toward the intersection of Rangeline Road, and then 1 along the northern project boundary along the C-24 canal. The subject site is located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Rangeline Road and Glades Cutoff Road. The overall affected area is 3,229 acres and change. The applicant is petitioning to amend the comprehensive plan to adjust the land use category from the agricultural 5 to mixed use development, or MXD category. The current zoning of the property, which is not subject for consideration this evening, is agricultural 5, or AG5, with 1 small 5-acre parcel, including the overall petition area that's within the commercial neighborhood zone situated at the northwest intersection of Glades Cutoff Road and Rangeline Road. See from this zoning map snapshot, the property to the west, north, and east, also within the AG5 zoning district, and due south across the Glades Cutoff Road right-of-way and the FEC rail corridor, we have property within the utilities and industrial heavy zoning district. And then to the southeast, lands that have been annexed into the city of Port St. Lucie, and we'll discuss some of the future land use designations for that area shortly. This is a snapshot of the county's comprehensive plan future land use map, indicating the subject property highlighted in the hash black area. The dashed red line is the active urban service boundary. In August of this year, the Board of County Commissioners adopted a comprehensive plan comprehensive plan amendment that expanded the urban service boundary. This was the first adjustment to the urban service boundary since 1990. The urban service boundary is a designated area to guide urban growth and development when planning the county's public facility, capital investments, and to accommodate a variety of land uses to support that type of development. Urban development, as defined in our comprehensive plan or typically guided, is in that category range of 2 dwelling units per acre or greater. In our rural areas outside the urban service boundary, residential development is limited to no more than 2 dwelling units per acre. In the active future land use designation of the property is agricultural 5, which would allow for 1 residential dwelling unit per 5 acres. And that's situated to the west, north, and east. And due south, we have the industrial land use category. To the southeast and further to the northeast, we have the City of Port St. Lucie's annexation area. Immediately across the road rights of way, we have the residential golf course future land use category within the City of Port St. Lucie, which allows for a development range of up to 5 dwelling units per acre for residential. And to the southeast, the new community development, which is more recognized as the Tradition, Southern Grove, and Western Grove area, which allows for a mix of residential, commercial, institutional, and even industrial land uses. For residential density, it would range from 1 dwelling unit per acre up to 35 dwelling units per acre in some of the more dense or concentrated development areas around town centers or multifamily development. As noted, the range of uses, as we're familiar, some of the infrastructure investment over the last decade, supporting some job growth along the I-95 corridor between Becker and Tradition Parkway. And due south, we have the McCarty Ranch Preserve, which is also accounted for a utility support system for the City of Port St. Lucie as it supplies water service areas. The request of the applicant is to amend the future land use category to the mixed-use development district, providing for a variety of sub-area policies or principles that would guide future proposals for rezoning of the property, design and development through site plans that would be considered by the Board of County Commissioners in the future should the amendment be adopted. Again, this evening's public hearing is specific in considering the transmittal of this amendment package to the state, the Department of Economic Opportunity, and corresponding review agencies, which would include the adjacent cities, adjacent counties, the regional Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, the South Florida Water Management District, the Florida Department of Transportation, and so forth, collaborating in review of the potential impacts based upon their respective standards of review and disciplines. The sub-area policies, as noted, and we'll go into a great level of detail, but the highlights of the presented mixed-use development district would provide for various site-specific regulations that would be implemented through rezoning and site plans, allow for overall gross density of the overall project site at 3 dwelling units per acre or up to 9,688 dwelling units, to encourage a variety of housing types, not simply a single-family development across the board, but allow for duplexes, villas, multifamily development. Allow for up to 650,000 square feet of non-residential uses, and that would consist of zoning district categories from the commercial general, commercial neighborhood, and commercial office, which would cover a wide range of support services, whether that's convenience-type retail, offices, banks, or so forth, to support those residential units proposed within the land use category. Provide for a maximum height of development of up to 80 feet. That is comparable to the existing agricultural 5 land use category. Embed the minimum open space requirement of 35%, which is also found in our land development code for planned unit development proposals. Require central water and wastewater, and we'll discuss utilities momentarily. Provide for a 25-year build-out period for the project and the overall development. provide for school sites and bus stops as part of our discussion with the St. Lucie County School District, their growth management team, and coordination as their service on our Planning and Zoning Commission, some details to reserve a school site or two to provide for support for growth within the project boundaries. And of course, our county at large, and require a minimum of 128 acres or 15% of the upland buffer, the upland habitat on the affected land to be preserved. So the county has standards in our comprehensive plan that support preservation of on-site wetlands, particularly Category 1 wetlands, associated buffers of those wetlands from development, but also upland preservation areas of intact habitat. So the following slides will detail some of the sub-area policies presented by the applicant in their proposed land use category, but also some recommendations of staff, all combined in one package. I'll cover some of the highlights. Again, the mixed-use land use category is intended to identify areas where innovative land use concepts are encouraged, to consider some of the characteristics of the property. In this instance, some of the sub-area policies detailing preservation of native habitat to provide long-term sustainability of vegetation in its natural state and largely unimpacted by some of the development surrounding. Additionally, the comprehensive plan provisions within these sub-area policies to guide development through rezoning. If there's any discrepancies with the county's land development code and subsequent renditions or amendments, that this land use category and sub-area policies guide for development in perpetuity to provide for stable or consistent control. Additionally, we've covered some of the highlights. The text in some allows for, again, a variety of housing types, maximum density across the development boundaries, would provide for the allowance of accessory dwelling units throughout the development and have those units not factor into the overall density. It's indicated to support affordable housing in certain elements of the development. Again, setting a maximum height that again would be considered at a future rezoning of the property or project, maximum non-residential development, and delineation of some of the use allowances. Some additional sub-area policies, as previously discussed, establishment of school site provisions, central utilities, and more detail as it relates to a development build-out period and internal and transportation roadway networks that would be considered at greater detail through rezoning of the site. Again, reiterating a minimum of 35% green open space, some additional provisions as it relates to common open space and some of those high quality habitat areas of wetlands and upland buffer. Some additional notes as it relates to Sub-Policy 19, that all real estate transactions within this mixed-use activity area shall include disclosures noting that the property is in proximity to existing agricultural uses in accordance with Florida state statutes, adjacent agricultural activities in existence for 1 year or more before the creation of this mixed-use activity area, presumed not to be a nuisance, should the farm activities and operations continue to conform generally to accepted agricultural and management best practices. So again, some considerations in a comprehensive plan map amendment to the future land use. Again, at the stage of transmittal, these are subsets of the county's comprehensive plan objectives and policies. And considering this map amendment, looking for direction and long-range policy to provide for consistency, effectively manage and enhance the quality of life for citizens, promote economic vitality, and accommodate projected population growth and development in an environmentally acceptable or sensitive manner. Through the evaluation of the urban service boundary expansion, we highlighted some of the growth in the county over the last several decades. From the 1990 census to 2010, to 2020, we saw an increase in population of over 119%, shifting from a population in our county of roughly 150,000 residents to today at approximately 345,000 residents. The Bureau of Economic Research and Statistical Analysis in the state guides increased growth in St. Lucie County, ranging of upwards of anywhere from 450,000 to 650,000 residents by 2040 or 2045. In planning for that growth, looking at infrastructure investments, ensuring public facilities are adequate to serve residents today and future residents in our county to maintain a quality of life. One of the criteria as displayed on screen in considering a future land use map amendment is whether the petition site or affected land is adjacent to or within no more than 1/4 mile of the same or greater type of land use classification. And again, as noted, central water and wastewater services being very important, identifying whether the project site is within a 5-year capital improvement plan for St. Lucie County to serve both water and wastewater. In corresponding with Florida statutes and considering the future land use map amendment, the state guides consideration of anticipated growth, availability of facilities and services to support that growth, suitability of the plan amendment for its proposed use considering the character of the undeveloped land, soil, topography, and natural resources, the compatibility of adjacent land uses, the need for job creation, capital improvement, and economic development, and also consultation with the Florida Department of Transportation to ensure any effects on the state intermodal strategic system is considered and evaluated to shore up and support our continued transportation concurrency. Also, a recommendation through policy 1.156, should these amendments be passed, consider creating a balance of land uses based upon demands of the residential population for non-residential needs of the area, and this package presenting both residential and non-residential to ensure that in proximity to future households, there's convenience and accessible retail products, but also services. This slide highlights the various utility service areas throughout our county. The blue shade being the St. Lucie County service area, which includes North Hutchinson Island and North County along Indra Road in western areas where there's not much infrastructure established today, along State Road 70 or Okeechobee Road where infrastructure exists, a planned regional water and wastewater plant considered south of the county's fairgrounds toward the intersection of Midway Road and Okeechobee Road due north of the petition site. We also heard from Fort Pierce Utilities Authority, their service area in orange. And then the city of Port St. Lucie, the broader pink area is their service territory, extending from Midway Road south to the county line and west to an alignment of Rangeline Road up to the eastern boundary of the affected area. Within Port St. Lucie's city limits, city limits general area and their service area, we do have 2 specific utility districts in the Reserve Utility District, and through CDD, there's also the St. Lucie West Service District that we see in yellow and violet. But this area, as presented, would be serviced by St. Lucie County for both water and wastewater. In November of this year, the Board of County Commissioners authorized a community development district, or often referred to as a CDD, that would provide for funding opportunities for infrastructure, a wide variety of infrastructure components to support this development, one of which would be the continuation of water and wastewater lines from existing and future county facilities south to the project boundaries, and then provide for internal links to serve future development. As noted, over $34 million in American Rescue Plan funds designated to provide for expansion of water and wastewater in St. Lucie County service area. This slide highlights an exhibit from our long-range transportation plan, which is a document formulated in partnership with the Transportation Planning Organization, municipalities, and the county government and appointed bodies to plan for long-range transportation needs in our county. And those are needs for vehicle movements, transit, bicycle, pedestrians, our logistics and freight movement, even rail and the waterfront through the port. This snapshot identifies publicly funded or development related projected improvements through 2045. We see the expanded east-west and north-south links within the Port St. Lucie's 24,000 acre annexation area, west of I-95, south of Glades Cutoff, and east of Rangeline, providing for the long-term connection of 6 links to Rangeline Road, providing links or connections back to some of those job growth areas, the interchanges with I-95, the commercial town center at Tradition, and some of the school, library, parks, and other public facilities planned within that area. We see a future north-south connections north of Glades Cutoff Road, extending north in alignment with Shin, connecting to Midway Road, and the extension of Rangeline Road north to Midway Road planned in the future. The applicant, in providing their transportation analysis for this future land use map amendment, considered ultimate build-out of the project at the presented density and intensity level, considering the average daily trips and assigning those trips to the adjacent roadways, looking at 2 main connection points, an extension of Rangeline Road that would need to be built to the north, Glades Cutoff Road, which would need to be widened to a 4-lane divided highway with connections to Rangeline Road, Crosstown Parkway linking back to I-95, and south at Tradition Parkway. This is a zoom in that exhibit highlighting that 5-mile study radius for roadway improvements. The specific improvements, the timing would be considered with corresponding rezoning should this package be transmitted and eventually adopted. This preliminary traffic analysis considering the scale and nature of the presented amendment. And as noted, as part of the corresponding review, should the board act to transmit this package, would be coordinated through the Florida Department of Transportation, specifically District 4, but also evaluated by Port St. Lucie, and we've been coordinating with a private traffic consultant hired by St. Lucie County for consideration of this overall package. The Planning and Zoning Commission originally heard this proposed future land use map amendment at their October 20th meeting. They passed a motion to continue it until their November 17th meeting, at which time they heard from staff, the applicant, and members of the public. They took action inevitably to vote 4-3 to recommend denial of the proposed amendment, with the motion maker generally stating that the proposal was too much development too soon after the modification of the urban service boundary, and encouraged consideration of a transitional land use policy potentially in the range of 1 dwelling unit per acre. The Planning and Zoning Commission appointed body acts as the local planning agency for considering land use matters like this and as a recommending body. Planning staff, in coordination with the overall Development Review Committee, has reviewed the proposed comprehensive plan map amendment and the associated sub-area policies with the recommendations presented this evening, and found it to be generally consistent with the county's goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan, and recommends that the Board of County Commissioners transmit the future land use map amendment to the Department of Economic Opportunity, corresponding review agencies for further review and comment before scheduling an adoption hearing in the future. Staff is available for any inquiries, and the applicant does have a presentation for the board this evening.
Okay, before I move to the applicant, any questions for Corey? Do you want to hold them till we have the applicant? Everybody okay? Okay, the applicant?
Good evening, Madam Chair. Commissioners, for the record, my name is Bob Rains. I'm a land use attorney with the Gunster Law Firm. And I'm here this evening on behalf of the applicant. And it's always hard to follow Corey. He did his actual usual great job of covering everything, and he doesn't leave a fellow much to talk with, but I'm going to try to still make a few points here this evening. And I would like to emphasize again why we're here tonight and exactly what it is that we're requesting before you this evening. And tonight, you know, we're not asking you to approve a project. We're not asking you to approve a rezoning. We're not even asking you to approve a land use map amendment. We're just asking you to transmit our request to the state so that we can get comments on how the state sees this project. So there's no downside this evening to transmitting this proposal to the state. You're going to have plenty of opportunities in the future to discuss some of the issues that I think will be raised by some of the public comment, and I'll talk about a letter too that was sent to you all. There's going to be ample opportunity. There's going to be an adoption hearing for the land use amendment when it comes back from the state. There's going to be a rezoning when it comes back from the state. And there's going to be a site plan approval that has to go along. And many of those issues and concerns, and I understand those concerns from the public, will be addressed in that forum. But tonight, again, I can't emphasize enough. We're just asking you to transmit it to the state. There's no downside in moving forward and transmitting it. I'd like to also go to the staff report and make a few comments with respect to that, because we do have the staff report. We agree with the comments and the conclusions and the recommendation in that staff report, but I just wanted to emphasize a few of those also. And on page 3 of the staff report, there's a comment up at the top: in reviewing petitions for amendments to the future land use map, the Board of Commissioners should determine whether the proposed amendment is consistent with all the elements of the St. Lucie County Comprehensive Plan and Florida statutes. That's what we're here for tonight, not site plan. And when you go to page 7 of the staff report, up at the top, there's a comment that the Development Review Committee, the DRC, has reviewed this petition and determined that it complies with the following goals, objections, and policies of the St. Lucie County Comprehensive Plan. And it goes through a whole host of goals and policies and objectives that your staff has determined that it complies with. Also on page 11, I think it's very important to point out at the top there's a heading called Anticipated Growth. The urban service boundary identifies the areas where urban and community services facilities are anticipated and where urban development activities, residential development activities in excess of 2 units to the gross acre, and any non-agricultural commercial activity or non-extractive, non-agriculturally related industries activities are anticipated. As noted, the county recently expanded its urban service boundary, and the subject site is now located within the county's USB, making this a suitable location to further accommodate the county's increasing population. And I'm going to talk about that just a little bit more in a second. And finally, with respect to the staff report on page 20, up at the top, there's a recommendation that the Environmental Resource Department has no objections to the approval of the future land use map amendment with the recommendations presented herein. And at the bottom, the staff has reviewed the proposed comprehensive plan, future land use map amendment, and proposed sub-area policies and determined it's consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of this comprehensive plan. Staff recommends the Board of County Commission approve transmittal of the future land use map amendment with staff's recommended sub-area policies provided below, and we do agree, I wanted to state for the record, with the staff's recommendations on those policies, on those sub-area policies. Now, we have received a copy of the letter that I believe was sent to all of you from Attorney Heidi Mahaffey, and I wanted to just speak and address a couple of those. She certainly in that letter asked for some additional time to speak tonight, and Madam Chair and Commissioners, I leave that up to your discretion. I know public comment is important, and so I think you guys can determine what should be best in that situation. I did want to emphasize, and I'm interpreting her letter, so if I'm misinterpreting it, I apologize, but it appeared to me from the reading that she also wanted to have the ability to cross-examine and to ask questions. And I want to point out, this is a legislative process here this evening, not a quasi-judicial. The attorney before put up the information with the quasi-judicial, and she was correct on that. But that's not what we're here for tonight. This is a legislative policy, so you can certainly take public comment with respect to that. But in regards to her letter, and I'm sure we'll hear more about it, I think she fails to recognize that the subject property is already in the urban service boundary. And that's an important thing, I think, that needs to be recognized here this evening. Many of the policies that she was referencing are dealing with properties and agricultural stuff outside of the urban service boundary. This property is inside the urban service boundary now, and that's going to be very important because I would submit to you that the land use designation that's currently on the property now is inappropriate. So a land use designation is going to have to be put on that property that's consistent with inside the urban service boundary. And I think the mixed use is a very good one because you get these sub-area policies that they went through, and you have to do a PUD in the mixed use land use designation. So I understand the concerns every once in a while where you have a land use amendment and then you're concerned that, well, now there's a by right so somebody can come in. We have to come back to you with the PUD. And that's where I think many of the concerns can be addressed at that point in time.
Madam Chair, Mr. Raines,
Yes, sir.
you use the term PUD, and so when you talk about the PUD, can you help some of us out about why a PUD is more appropriate whenever it comes to conditions and control that the Board of County Commissioners will have with any future
Yes, sir.
process going forward in the mixed use?
Sure, absolutely. So let me start out by, if you have what most people understand as a by right zoning, in other words, if I have a land use designation of commercial and I have a zoning of general commercial, then I can come in, and as long as I'm meeting all the rules and the regulations, then I should have an approval for that particular project. So there's not a whole lot of discretion for you commissioners with respect to that. With the PUD, that's really a contract between the applicant and this commission. And then you do have the ability to put certain conditions on, and you have a lot more discretion on whether you want to approve the project or not. So I think that's, I hope I'm answering your question,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
and I just want to make sure that, you know,
Yes.
those in the audience understood that it gives the Board of County Commissioners that much more control over what will come.
And for the
sir.
record, because we're
Ma'am.
using acronyms here,
Yes.
PUD is a planned unit development. And so when that comes back, that's when we can put restrictions, or we can change things, or change the footage or setbacks, whatever we need to change.
Right. And also, I think in Ms. Mahaffey's letter, a lot of the policies and objectives that she references in there, again, they're site plan related. When you talk about protection of wetlands and preservation areas and stuff, those are all things that are going to have to be addressed at site planning. So again, we're asking for a transmittal tonight. There is no downside to transmitting this. We're going to be coming back and talking about a lot of this other stuff. But I want to just make one other point, and then I'm going to have Mr. Sorrow come up and make a short presentation. I've been a land use attorney here for 25 years, been doing it in Martin and St. Lucie County exclusively. And I always try to tell everybody, be careful what you wish for, because so often I see things that come forward and people want to shoot them down thinking that nothing's going to happen on that particular piece of property. And again, I emphasize that I think with the MXD, that's going to be a much better direction to go. And again, there has to be a land use change to this property at some point in time, because now it's in the urban service boundary. That's a real critical aspect to this hearing tonight. So I'm going to ask Mr. Sorrow. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
And before you do, you know, you talked about there's no downside to, transmitting.
Yes, sir.
There was a time when the state, prior to 2010, you had the DCA.
Mhm.
And for those of us who can't remember what DCA was for, what it stands for, but it was the Department of something, I can't remember.
Community Affairs.
Community Affairs.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And in essence, for when I first got here, it was like a referee. It was send it to the state, get the comments back, and talk about the things that work well, things that don't work well, and how they fit inside our code and so on and so forth.
Mhm.
And so are you indicating that this transmittal will provide that type of oversight and state input that will provide us with some guidance as to what's appropriate in the state of Florida at this time.
Yes, sir. It's additional information with respect to, you know, how consistent it is with the Florida statutes and the codes. Now, they have been, since the Department of Community Affairs and some changes that have gone on, their scope of review has been limited as compared to what you were talking about a few years ago. But I still think, again, it's very helpful information. And again, it's only additional input. Somebody's got to tell me what the downside is to transmitting this evening. And other than the fact if you just don't want it, that would be the point. But again, there's going to be plenty of opportunity for you guys to come forward, because if you transmit it tonight, that doesn't guarantee us an adoption. We have to come back for that. So I just can't emphasize that enough. So any other questions for me right now,
I just
sir?
had one more.
Yes, sir.
In the fact that, you know, well, this is a future land use component. Talked about the urban service boundary. One of the reasons why we moved it is because Port St. Lucie in their service boundary actually had gone way past the original line. And so we had to accommodate what was already happening on the ground at that point to actually encompass the future growth that was moving west. So from that standpoint, let me ask you another question. If we don't move forward with this and well, just this basic concept of the future land use, in the near future, would there be a possibility that Port St. Lucie could annex it and actually put the types of development densities that exist in Port St. Lucie, I'll just use Tradition, Verano, that area, in this particular jump across Glades?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's always a possibility that a landowner or somebody else out in that area could ask for an annexation. There are certain requirements that need to be met in order to request an annexation, contiguity and some things like that, but those things all change over time. So, yes, I think, you know, to answer your question, is that always a possibility? I think the answer is yes.
So some of the things we'll be discussing, or at least determining for us, is do we want to control the growth
exactly
in St. Lucie County? Do we want to limit the density? Do we want to create a better quality of life?
Correct.
Okay.
And again, I think with those sub-area policies and some of the things you've already seen listed there, that's another opportunity with this particular land use that you don't have with other land use categories.
Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you, Madam
sir.
Chair.
And so at this time, I'd like to have Dan Sara come up and give a presentation, and we'll be glad to answer any other questions. And also, we would like to reserve some time to rebuttal on any public comments, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
And I was going to address it whenever they came up, but I will go ahead and state that we are going to allow her the time needed
Sure.
that they want to speak.
Yes.
But you are correct, because the way that the statute is, there will be no cross-examination. They'll simply just state their case and give their presentation.
Understood. Very fair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to be here this evening. We've enjoyed working with your Planning and Development Services staff over the last year. It's exciting to be here before you with this transmittal hearing. As Mr. Raines mentioned earlier, normally I would have a lot more text and site plan graphics and other things to share with you, but because this is transmittal, it'll just be mostly text and not some of the other things. This is not Coulter's first project in St. Lucie County. It is their, hopefully, their most current project in St. Lucie County. They developed the reserve just adjacent to Oak Ridge Ranches, and they've got several projects in the city. Verano Development, which is next to Oak Ridge Ranches, Mosaic, Ravella, which is on the St. Lucie River, as well as Vizcaya, which is just south of Midway Road. They've been a long-time community partner. I have no doubt that they're going to continue that relationship with the county. At this time, I'd like to introduce our project team. here with me in the chambers this evening is several of our folks that we've been working with over the last year. Representing Oak Ridge Ranches with Coulter is Mr. Scott Morton and John Sapo. Again, my name is Dan Sorrow with the land planning firm of Kotler and Hearing with Mariana Arias Sanz. Our utility engineer is Mr. Brandon Ulmer. Our traffic engineer is Mr. Sean McKenzie. Our environmental consultant, Paul Ezzo with EW Consultants, and our drainage engineer, Mr. David Scott. Be happy to answer any questions you may have after the presentation. I'd like to answer the question why are we here tonight? And I think Mr. Raines did an excellent job, as well as Mr. Benton, in presenting the information. But whenever a project submits a land use change, it must come before this board. If it's under 50 acres, it comes before this board for one reading. If it's over 50 acres, it comes before this board for two readings. This is a transmittal hearing. Oak Ridge Ranches is slightly over 50 acres. It's 3,229 acres. So this transmittal hearing will be the hearing that it goes to the Department of Economic Opportunity for further comment, further additional input. As Mr. Benton mentioned, it receives all kinds of state-level reviews, local water management district. So I think it is a good thing for the county to consider. In my professional opinion, MXD is the best land use the county has. I've processed 3 land use applications to MXD this year, 2 in the county, 1 in Fort Pierce, and it provides the greatest flexibility, the best creativity. You can create really sustainable quality of life neighborhoods that you couldn't as an otherwise straight land use, say residential or commercial, subdividing the process. The Community Planning Act requires coordination between the local municipality and DEO. That's why we're here tonight. They're going to look at it for consistency. You guys just updated your EAR over the last 7 years. So they're going to look at the Oak Ridge Ranches future land use map amendment, see that it's consistent, see that it matches all the state statutes, and do a further review for you. So although tonight I'd love to be talking about buffering, site planning, dimensions of roadways, all those kinds of things, hopefully if you transmit us tonight, that'll come at a future meeting. Oak Ridge Ranches is located just west of I-95, adjacent to the city of Port St. Lucie. It's located off Crosstown Parkway. If a resident was going to go to the beaches over in Hutchinson Island, they would go down Crosstown Parkway from Oak Ridge Ranches all the way out to US 1 and then further to the beaches. So this kind of shows the proximity of where the site is located in relation to the greater St. Lucie County area. The county did move the urban service boundary back in August. It encompasses a larger area than just Oak Ridge Ranches. It actually goes all the way up to Midway Road to the north and then over to the west at Header Canal Road. Anyone within that blue area that seeks to request a future land use map amendment would have to come back before this board. Everyone has the right to do that. It's a private property right, not an obligation. So we just happen to be the first ones coming before the board after the urban service boundary was adopted. And as you mentioned, Commissioner, it does include much of the already existing area within Port St. Lucie city limits. That was more of a catch-up exercise than anything else. MXD is the appropriate land use for the subject site. It's compatible, but less intense and less dense than the surrounding areas. RGC is residential golf course. It's the Verano property. It's located in the city of Port St. Lucie. It's got golf courses, it's got apartments, it's got age restricted, it's got homes, it's got a Publix, it's got gas stations, it's got a lot of different things that make up a community. It's the city's version of MXD. Another version of MXD in the city is what we call NCD, Neighborhood Commercial Development. NCD is similar. It's got a hospital, it's got a warehouse district, it's got age restricted, it's got apartments, it's got commercial, it's got a lot of the things that Oak Ridge Ranches is applying for. However, Oak Ridge Ranches is applying for a density with these sub-area policies at 3 units per acre, which is much different than the city. The city RGC allows 5 units per acre. Take a look at the density allowed in NCD and tradition. 1 to 35 dwelling units per acre, a height limitation of 35 to 150 feet, and 80 to 90% impervious. Stark contrast to what we're proposing at Oak Ridge Ranches. And the property corners do touch, so it is in very close proximity to the existing Port St. Lucie location. Wanted to highlight a couple of the sub-area policies that are in this packet of transmittal tonight. The yellow highlighted ones are the ones that I think you care most about, so I wanted to kind of mention those. The first one is the max of 15 dwelling units per acre for any one pod and a height limitation of 80. If you're going to do an apartment site, they need about 20 acres. To make an apartment site equitable and marketable, it needs 15 units per acre. We've got an apartment site in Verano, it's 15 units per acre. We've got golf courses that are around 1.4, very low dense. You don't want the density on golf courses, you want the density on multifamily and apartment type complex. Same thing with height limitations. The ag zoning that exists today is 80 feet. It's for silos, it's for other non-residential uses. We're asking for 80 feet because like the Tradition Tower that you see along I-95, it's 75 feet tall. You're going to have some non-residential uses, such as a cell tower, because you need cell coverage out in this part of the area, that needs to get up a little bit higher. We're not going to build condos on Hutchinson Island that are 7 or 8 stories tall at Oak Ridge Ranches. That's not what this is for. It's for really other types of residential uses. The average density of 3 units per acre overall. Density is just another way of saying how many houses are you going to build. We're proposing 9,688 homes on Oak Ridge Ranches. It is a low density category. We want to include a variety of housing types: age restricted, cottage homes, single family, apartments. I think when kids moving out of mom and dad's house want to go to Harbor Branch, they want to live in an apartment. They want to have options. We also want to provide for age-restricted housing, their forever home, the last home, and all the spectrum in between. I think with the mixed-use land use, that provides you the best opportunity to have those different housing varieties. People want choices. People want the opportunity to have a house with an extended patio under cover, with a large outdoor kitchen. We're providing those kinds of opportunities through this mixed use. And then number 6, you need the commercial to support the residential uses. You need the grocery stores, you need the gas stations, you need the retail components after the housetops are going to get there. So we've got a component to have some non-residential uses as well. Slide number 9, which has the last half of the sub-area policy. Number 13, 35% open space. That standard, I hope when the PUD comes back before you, you'll see that standard has been greatly exceeded. I think that's quite possible. Same thing with the number 16, 25% upland preservation is the standard. I think when you see the PUD, it's going to be anticipated that standard will be greatly exceeded. And then number 19, and probably the last one that was added, as part of our sub-area policy, we want to recognize the existing adjacent ag uses. Ag uses are something that has made St. Lucie County great. We want to support that, even though it's codified under the Right to Farm Act. We also wanted to put it into our sub-area policy so that whenever there's a real estate transaction, everyone in our community knows that the existing ag uses were there before and they're going to be there after until they decide to do a future land use map amendment or something else. To receive a staff recommendation of approval, we have to go through a very rigorous application process. We have to justify all of these criteria have been met. We've been in the process for a year. It's not something that willy-nilly staff doles out. It has to meet all your comp plan policies and all the Florida statutes. I've underlined the ones that I think are most important. Goal 1.1, ensure the highest quality living possible. We've got areas on our future land use map amendment with these sub-area policies that provide for the quality of life that your residents and future residents are going to want to like. That's what we see a lot of our CDD areas that have already been established, a lot of our PUD communities, a lot of our other future land use, mixed use areas allow. Ensure the quality of life. The second one, policy 1.1.1.2. You can have an MXD if your community development district was created per Florida statutes chapter 190. I think as was mentioned just a little while ago, the Solaris CDD, which is for Oak Ridge Ranches, was approved back November 1st by this board. So we have that one checked. The third one, objective 1.1.2, growth management, enhance the quality of life. We want the future residents of Oak Ridge Ranches to enjoy the quality of life of St. Lucie County. We think that we can enhance that. We think that we can provide that, and that's why we've met that category as well. And then policy 1.1.3.4. It is anticipated that over time, portions of the agricultural land use categories will be converted to urban uses as services are provided. So the urban service boundary has already been changed. We already have those services available to Oak Ridge Ranches. This policy addresses that issue of converting to a mixed use. And then lastly, policy 1.1.6.1, urban development is restricted to the urban service boundary. And this is in the staff report on page 7 and 8, taken directly from the staff report. I paraphrased some of the lengthy provisions that staff has provided. In conclusion, this site is compatible. The requested land use change to allow a density of 3 units per acre and commercial uses is transitionally compatible with the existing adjacent uses at the City of Port St. Lucie. We are located in the urban service boundary. We have concurrency with water and service, sewer service available. This is smart growth. It's not leapfrog development. It's a continuation of everything that's happening in South County along Crosstown Parkway and in Port St. Lucie. And as Mr. Raines stated earlier, we humbly request the recommendation to move the application forward to the state so that they could provide further input and further comments to you, to the Planning and Development Services staff, so that we can have a more thorough review of the project. We're in agreement with all of staff's recommendations as presented in the staff report. On behalf of my project team, we thank you for your consideration.
Is there any questions?
Yes, Dan, you had mentioned in the previous meeting in planning and zoning that it was 8,600, and now you're mentioning 96. Is it, which one is it?
Well, we had proposed 8,600 units to the Planning and Zoning Board. That motion failed. So when that motion failed, along with the other things that were presented at the Planning and Zoning Board, it reverted back to the original request that staff reviewed, which was the 9688.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Leet, would you like to make that a provision by asking Mr. Sorrows to reduce the density from 9,600 units to 8,600 units? Would that be something that, I don't know where you were going with your questioning, so if it failed in the planning and zoning to us now, you mentioned that you would seek the 8,600, that would be a compromise on the density. Is that something you would be asking for, is to reduce the density?
I would like to hear all comments before I comment.
Okay. Are you amenable to, because I wanted to have the same question asked as well, but, you know, because I think I even asked you in some of my previous meetings to reduce the density from the 3 to something lower, and I think that the calculation, although we don't have the calculation, like 2.5 is where that number came in when you figured out the density. So is that something you would, you know, give the board some comfort on to reduce it by that? I guess it's about 1,000 units.
Commissioners, I think we would be agreeable to that. Let me just offer one thing for your consideration. If it goes to DEO and gets transmitted, 9688 is the cap, so it can't go above that. If they were to, say it could be lower or should be lower, that still gives you the opportunity to recommend the 8600 at adoption hearing, which at that time, I think my client just said that they would be amenable to it. But my suggestion would be to send it to DEO to get their comments on it with the 9688, because you can always reduce it at a future date.
I'm just trying to get comfort for the board, in that, if the density is the issue that is concerning, and I think that's what I heard from the presentation from the planning and zoning, is that they wanted to see, lower densities. So I'm just trying to see where we can at least have some comfort today that if it was to be transmitted, that you would be considering when it came back again, however it comes back from the state, to consider a lower density.
For the record, Scott Morton, Coulter, 4807 PJ Boulevard, Palm Beach Gardens. And answer your question, Commissioner, yes, that offer would still be on the table to lower the density to 8,600 units from 96. And whether that's taken care of through into the sub-area policy, or it's a max provided into the ultimate PUD documents, maximizing the total number going to be on there, I would do that in consultation with your staff on the best way to handle that, but we would still have that offer on the table to lower the density to 8,600.
Madam Secretary, his microphone was loud enough, right, to hear that, right? Just checking.
I got it. Okay, any more questions?
Before we have a rebuttal, can we?
Yeah, no, we are. I just want to finish with them. Is there any more questions for them before we? Okay, we're going to take 10 minutes and we're going to come back so that everybody can take a break, stand up, go do what you have to do, and then come back. And then we're going to go to McCarty Ranch for their. Oh. We're going to go ahead and get started. Catherine, can I have you come up to the front, please, until Dan gets back? Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene, and we are going to go to Mr. McCarty. Do you have a presentation or your counsel?
Happy.
Thank you, everybody, for letting us take the break. It was much needed.
Good evening, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Heidi Mahaffey on behalf of McCarty Ranch and Rainbow Farms. I am an environmental and land use attorney with Robert and Hartzell, PA. I'd like to first, and I'll give the address for the record, 16701 C24 Canal Road. I would first like to just touch upon some of the comments that were made by Mr. Rain with Gunster on behalf of the applicant. There is a danger of transmittal, and the danger is setting a precedent to other developers that you will consider incompatible land uses that don't have the same adjacency to areas such as this particular proposal. It can be construed as a tentative approval to DEO, and you don't often get substantial responses from them. Sometimes you get comments of no comment, and that can be construed by a county commission as a move forward with an approval. So please keep that in mind as you consider this proposal. We respectfully request that you deny this proposal, and I'll go through some of the reasons. To touch upon, I do understand this is not quasi-judicial, and I do appreciate the opportunity to have extra time to discuss some of these important issues that we're here late in the evening to discuss today. The Florida law is steadfast that the comprehensive plan acts like a constitution to land use management, and the development does require consistency with the comprehensive plan. And this Board of Commissioners has the obligation and the right to deny proposals that do create internal inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan. I do disagree with Mr. Rains that this is a consistent application. I also disagree with staff because there are certain land use provisions in the comprehensive plan that are not met, with the key one being Policy 1.121, which states that to accomplish the objective that this comprehensive plan, which has specific regulations as it pertains to growth management, that before this county commission makes any decision on approval, they make sure that there's the following findings: that is supported by the other elements of the comprehensive plan, that the property under the land use amendment application is adjacent to or within no more than 1/4 of a mile of same or greater types of land use classification. The applicant has admitted that it is inconsistent with this policy, and that's the Future Land Use Policy 1.121, in its submission that the future land use designations of the lands within 1/4 of a mile are agricultural, and specifically the AG5. And to touch upon the applicant's representative's remarks that because this is now within the urban service boundary, that ag is no longer permissible, that's not what the comprehensive plan states. Some of these policies that were cited in the comment letter that were presented to you do have a caveat that some of them are talking about activities outside of the urban service. But if we look at objective 1.19 and policy 1.131, it talks about the primary use outside of the urban service boundary being primarily agricultural when it talks about agricultural sustainability. But it does not say in the comprehensive plan that agricultural uses are inappropriate for this property. So I respectfully disagree with that remark. There are very specific and reasonable restrictions in this unincorporated area of St. Lucie County. It is rural in nature. It is on the western side of the county. And these regulations are set in place not only to ensure the quality of life for the residents that are in the county at this time, not for future residents of Oak Ridge Ranches, but rather to ensure the quality of life for those residents that have chosen this rural lifestyle, set back from the urbanized cores of surrounding cities, but also to provide a safe haven for wildlife, their associated habitats, not only that thrive in these areas, but also support the surrounding community with aesthetic and recreational opportunities and enjoyment. The comprehensive plan requires that the county shall protect and preserve both wetlands and upland habitat, protecting and preserving nature habitat, and looking at similar habitats in the area when it considers these types of properties. The overarching goal in the future land use policy, Goal 1.1, is unambiguous. It states that this commission has an obligation to look at the quality of the highest quality of the living environment possible that reflects the needs and desires of the local residents and how they want their community to be developed. The applicant stated that it met this goal by looking at the quality of life, but focused on the future residents of Oak Ridge Ranches. The comprehensive plan, as the elected officials that are representing the citizens that already live in this county and live in this rural area, is to ensure their quality of life, to ensure that their needs and their desires are being met by the surrounding uses. And in that, the goal mandates and shall, that's not a recommendation, shall protect these rights by implementing and strictly enforcing codes based on objectives and policies that enhance St. Lucie County's natural and man-made resources, while minimizing the danger or threat of degradation to the health, safety, and welfare of the county's citizens, native wildlife, and environment through incompatible land uses. And we present to you today that Oak Ridge Ranches is an incompatible land use. It is surrounded by agricultural and low residential densities. The devil is in the details. When we look at the sub-area policies, which were presented in part, there's some policies that need special consideration in looking at those details. The use of an accessory dwelling is a loophole that can create an additional density above the 3 dwelling units per acre, because the accessory dwelling shall not be counted against the density totals. Additionally, the sub-area policies allow for a variety of housing and state that there'll be higher densities located in proximity to Glades Cutoff Road and Rangeline Road, but not precluded to those areas. So this allows for an exemption to create higher density near wetlands and away from that spine road. The 650,000 square feet of non-residential uses requires an exemption from the Land Development Code. The comprehensive plan states very specifically that you should strictly look at the Land Development Code when considering massive developments such as this, when considering developments that are above the densities of the allowable uses in the adjacent areas. Additionally, the sub-area policies state that there can be an administrative adjustment of up to 10% of the recorded conservation easements. Administratively, that's outside the purview of the public and this commission's guidance. That could result in a payout over on-site preservations, because that administrative adjustment would be all right as long as the conservation easements that may be removed are the equivalent is compensated. That's in violation of the conservation element of the comprehensive plan, specifically policy 6.1.4.12, which states, and I quote, "Protection of wetlands and other surface water is preferred to destruction and mitigation due to the temporal loss of ecological value and uncertainty regarding the ability to recreate certain functions associated with these features." This is not something that's going to come to you in PUD. These are the sub-area policies that would be governing this development if it goes through transmittal and adoption. Again, the devil's in the details. Let's look at the traffic analysis that was done by the applicant. This is a currently zoned property of Ag 5, which means it's allowable for 1 unit per 5 acres. That totals up to 646 allowable units at the current zoning designation. If it is approved up to the 9,688, the applicant's own traffic analysis takes a look at what would be created in the community. Again, current zoning 646 would be a max of 5,615 daily trips through the community, through the surrounding areas. If this development is approved, at its max capacity, it would be over 58,000 daily trips throughout the community. And that's after taking in an internal capture reduction, which estimated at over 86 or 87,000 daily trips. This is going to create an issue with the surrounding communities. It's going to create traffic, gridlocks. It's going to create issues with the health, the safety, and the welfare of the community, the agricultural industry around it, the equestrian uses that are so supported and beloved by the rural residents of this area. The traffic analysis also talks about the failure of roadways because of this project in the years to come, and looks at certain roadways that would need to be expanded. And those are in violation of the traffic element that require that you have a safe, transferable mobility when you're looking at developments. Again, this proposed Oak Ridge Ranches, it's a mosaic of parcels of agricultural land, over 134 individual wetlands, over 335 acres of the property, and 853 acres of native upland habitat that spans over the 3,200 plus total acres. It's a large-scale development. It's requesting high intensity, and the applicant has stated that it's on the fence about whether or not it would, well, it said that they would reduce from reduce to 8,600 dwelling units, but even that reduction is not going to change the intensity of the use and the impacts to the agricultural community. Again, I represent the McCarty Ranch and Rainbow Farms. They've been in this community for a very long time. The McCarty family has farmed this area for over 150 years and enjoyed the rural lifestyle for 8 generations. This is going to severely impact them. It could impact their agricultural uses. You'll hear today, I'm sure, by members of the public that are going to tell you their concerns about how they will no longer be able to have that rural lifestyle that they have so enjoyed and cherished. And again, this is not a proposal that meets the needs and the desires of the local residents and how they want their community to be developed. Again, this does not also meet the policy that the future land use designations of the lands be within 1/4 of a mile of the subject property, because those properties are agricultural. They're AG5, low density. This massive development that is surrounded by agriculture and low density is so far removed from mixed density uses that it's the very definition of spot zoning. Spot zoning's classical definition is the process of singling out a land for the benefit of one property owner at the detrimental of the adjacent property owners. It is a piecemeal rezoning to greater density that leads to a disharmony with the surrounding uses. It's thought of giving preferential treatment to one parcel at the expense of the zoning scheme as a whole. There needs to be responsible land planning. There needs to be smart growth. And putting a massive development next to agricultural uses in low density is not smart. It's only asking for issues. Due to the characteristics of the site subject to this proposal, the surrounding uses, the proposed side, it would undoubtedly introduce an intensity that is out of character with the existing land, lend to an inconsistent development pattern contrary to the vision of the comprehensive plan for unincorporated rural western St. Lucie County, and have the potential to disrupt surrounding agricultural uses and the low density residential way of life. There's no logical transition from the high density to the low. The applicant stated that this has transition in it, but that's not true. To going from 5,615 max trips to the current designation to over 58,000 daily traffic trips is not a transition that is going to be compatible with the surrounding uses. It's not going to be a transition that's going to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents that live there now, that support the county, that pay taxes, that love where they live, that want places similar to this for their children to grow up in. The citizens have spoken out in opposition, and it reflects that the needs and desires of the local residents and how they want their community to be developed is not to have a mixed density of this intensity in their backyard. The Planning Commission recommended denial. They duly noted that the proposal is too great an increase in density. It's too soon after the urban service boundary was expanded. They asked this commission to look at transition policies. They're looking out for the citizens of the county, and we ask that you do the same. As elected officials, it is the city's duty, or this county's duty, to represent the interests of the residents, their health, their safety, their quality of life, the way that they make their money with their agricultural uses. It's not this commission's obligation to yield to the desires of developers. Their best interest is always a bottom line. Remaining steadfast in growth management guided by the principles set forth in the comprehensive plan, guiding the western lands of unincorporated St. Lucie County in order to preserve and conserve a functional network of agricultural, open space, and natural areas is the utmost of importance. We respectfully ask that you deny the Oak Ridge Ranch's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, it's unusual, but if I could ask a question.
Go ahead.
Ms. Mahaffey, are you familiar with the history of Port St. Lucie and the previous utility service area and how quickly and how far past Port St. Lucie had grown prior to the change in the urban service boundary?
I'm sure that you are more knowledgeable in that area than I am, but I do know that this particular, as was stated earlier with this commission, this particular area expanded to accommodate the city of Port St. Lucie, not to give a green light to a parcel to go ahead and go from Ag 5 to mixed
Are you
use.
familiar with the difference between the density in Port St. Lucie and that which a lot of our residents are concerned of the maximum density that is occurring in Port St. Lucie, where St. Lucie County Unincorporated has the only opportunity to reduce the opportunity for reducing, and again, talking about a transition area, to reduce that density down to 3 or less units per acre. And so I'm trying to understand, and you said that it's not compatible a quarter mile. If the portion that is the high industrial that is in the corner there, you see, is it Rangeline and Glades? If that became incorporated in Port St. Lucie, then you would have connectivity, and then you would have the issue of annexation that could occur through a voluntary annexation into Port St. Lucie with the higher density. So if the Board of County Commissioners were trying to attempt to create a transition area to the agriculture area with lesser density than what is currently being provided for in Port St. Lucie, the only armor we have, the only ability we have is to create and have control of what gets developed from this standpoint forward. So I just wanted to make sure you understood how the urban service boundary moved, the densities, the increased densities and that which is in Port St. Lucie, and the concerns of the citizens. And I think the Board of County Commissioners in the unincorporated area have been trying to reduce that flux moving west, to rapidly move west. And so this is really, I would say, a battleground to actually have that transition. So I just wanted to share that with you from my thoughts as to how you presented your statements.
I do appreciate that, and it is my understanding that the tradition development, which I believe is a little over half a mile away, does still have an opportunity for up to 30,000 units to be built. So that begs the question, is this development of this size even really necessary? And that's what this commission is being proffered with today. Is this intensity necessary? Is it going to support the quality of life of the residents that already live here and the agricultural communities that are adjacent to it, or is it going to be detrimental all around?
Well, I think I want to offer another suggestion for you to look into, and that is the PGA Reserve. It's an enclave that is just in the area of Port St. Lucie, and it sits by itself. It's an unincorporated, and they choose not to be incorporated into Port St. Lucie. And so as part of that, that's a reduction in density, and it's actually an award-winning planning development area in the county. And so if we were able to create the opportunity for a PGA-like density and build-out, we could again try to push back on the density and the expansion of Port St. Lucie to kind of give that transition into the agricultural areas. I'm just sharing my thoughts with you.
Oh, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Any other questions or comments?
No, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your time
Yeah,
and consideration.
1 second.
Of course.
With Commissioner Dvorsky's statement, I would have to agree that we do stand the chance of having Port St. Lucie annexed the property and then having free will what are your thoughts on preventing that from happening?
I would have to look more into the specific procedures of that, but I do understand the county's desire to be respectful of their citizens and to continue to be able to manage their growth and do defer to the county in that sense of wanting to be able to maintain that property and county land. And I do understand those concerns. But you do also have to look at what is appropriate in this particular parcel of land, and what has been presented today, in our opinion, is not appropriate.
I understand what you're saying there. The choice that we are facing are denying, and unless I'm wrong and someone in legal can dispute this, we stand the chance of having Port St. Lucie annex it and losing control. And that's our decision up here. So I don't know if anyone has any comments on that, or if there are legal battles.
Right. Folks have already started talking about voluntary annexation. There's voluntary and involuntary. Voluntary annexation is controlled by Florida law, by statute, not by the county or the city. It's a statewide program. Basically, it requires contiguity, touching in a real sense, not just point to point, but touching in a real sense, and reasonable compactness. It can't create enclaves or pockets. It can't be contiguity like a serpentine through a road. It has to be a real sense. Voluntary means both sides would have to agree. The city would have to agree to annex it. We don't know what their position would be. And then, of course, the developer, any developer, this developer or any developer would have to agree. But if they did, and if it was reasonably compact and contiguous and it didn't create enclaves or pockets, all of those legal things, yes, they could annex. Typically, what has happened in our county heretofore is that the cities offer urban densities. They do. That's what they are. They're cities. And so those densities are typically higher than the county's densities because we're primarily an agricultural community. That's changing, but when I first got here, I think we had 100,000 people in the county, so we've grown like 3 times that since I've been here. So it's changing, but still most of our county, unincorporated, is ag. And we, again, it's a dilemma for everybody to try to figure out how to manage the growth. We really don't like a lot of density. We try to manage it, but if we don't do something, the cities just at least have annexed. They use their utilities to do that. In Fort Pierce, that utility, if you have to annex if you get their services. Port St. Lucie doesn't do that. Again, it's the board's struggling with this, I can tell, and as it should. I mean, it's a difficult balance to achieve. So I hope I've answered your question. It is allowed by law to voluntary annex if you meet the requirements. It requires the city's consent and the developer's consent.
And as far as the requirements, are the requirements there outside of the agreements between the two?
What?
Oh, sorry.
Well, they would typically agree. There would be an annexation agreement. I'm not sure how the city does it, probably by ordinance, I'm guessing. And then they negotiate the terms of the annexation. So the city would want to make sure that from their perspective that certain things are on the table in terms of infrastructure and contributions to the community. The city doesn't want to approve a development that's going to be a drain on taxes. They want development that will be a positive on taxes. So that's a negotiation process. I'm not that familiar with how that works because, I'm the county attorney. So, but I know it's a negotiation process between the developer and the city. Actually, this developer has developed in the city and has annexed, so that's probably a question that they're better suited to answer.
So let me try to help too, because I know this is a lot for y'all to absorb, and I want to say, I think y'all have done really good. I'm impressed actually, because this is a lot to take on in your first meeting, and so you've done your homework, it shows. I think both sides are correct, and I think, for me, I'm just going to tell you my opinion. My opinion is I support McCarty Ranch and everything they do. That is a part of what I grew up with. And I struggle with this, and I struggle with this hard simply because I know the effect it could have on them and the effect it can have on the other neighbors out there that are in the ag community. I have property in the ag community. At the same time, as a commissioner sitting here, I have to look at, this is transmittal. This is simply taking this to the state and letting the state decide what they think and what the rules are going to be and send it back. At that point in time, that's all we're voting on tonight, is to send it to them and see what the state says and let it come back. I'm going to be very obvious to everybody tonight and let you know that when this does come back for the site plan, that's when we put restrictions. That's when we can say what we want. And I'm publicly going to let it be known that when this does come back, I personally am going to ask for restrictions. I'm going to ask for more of a buffer. I mean, what they're proposing at 200, I'm going to be asking for a whole lot more. I'm going to be asking for the property to be phased in. I want the lots setting back to where the ranch is to be acre lots and then be phased into higher density moving to the east. I want it to be a phased in project, and I don't want them to just take their project and put 9,000 houses right up against a ranch that is sitting there. I don't want to take their quality of life. That's when we can do that. We can come back to them and say, this is what can give us a comfort level of doing that. But that's not what we're talking about tonight. Tonight, we're simply talking about, do we want them to be denied this transmittal to go to the state? At that point in time, they can go to the city of Port St. Lucie, and you're going to have a whole lot more growth. And I don't think you're going to have the will of the board in Port St. Lucie to give you the comfort level that y'all are looking for if we keep it within us and we have control of this. And I hope that helps you understand a little bit, because it's a lot of confusion when I've been here 7 years and I'm still getting confused about things too. So I'm going to I want to go ahead and I want to answer your questions to give you a comfort level. I want to give the applicant and I want to give the public their chance to come up and speak, because we still have a lot of people, I'm sure, that want to talk. But I want y'all to have a comfort level of any questions you have with the legal counsel on both sides, to ask the questions right now before I open it up to the public. So are y'all okay with me going to the public and letting them be heard? Okay. Thank you.
you very much.
Okay, so at this time, we are going to open it up to the public and have a public hearing, and anybody that wishes to speak, if you'd like to come up, we'd like to hear you speak. Is there anybody wishing to come forward?
Don't be shy. You want to go ahead and line up?
If you're going to speak, come over here to the wall and line up so that we can go ahead and get you in line.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tara Borsman. I live at 5858 Mustang Circle in Port St. Lucie or Fort Pierce, depending on if you're a utility company or my deed. So I was at the planning and zoning meeting where this proposal was denied. Me and my daughter were both here, and it was denied after hearing public comment. And I understand that this meeting right now is to transmit it to the state, and that was proposed by that gentleman over there who's paid to be here for 4 hours. So he said that there's no downside. And I just think that there is a little bit of a downside, because you're getting additional information from people, right, from the state, but they don't live here. Like, we live here, and we voted for you. So I'm kind of confused at why we're not going to just let the buck stop here and have some integrity and preserve our county the way it is. Because I moved here because I wanted that rural way of life. I wanted my daughter to have it. I wanted I love the history of this county. I'm a teacher in the county. Right now we're reading A Land Remembered. I mentioned this at the last meeting. And my students, their eyes light up when they talk about McCarty Ranch and when they talk about Adams Ranch. Like, we have history here that is beautiful and it should be preserved. And we don't need to succumb to the rest of Florida. Like that picture, sir, that you painted of this beautiful Publix and golf course that sounded like anywhere Florida. All due respect, that sounded like my personal hell. My perfect picture is where we live right now. Like, my daughter explored the trails in our yard. Like, we don't go to Publix because we get our food from our backyard. Like, our television is a game camera that we set up to watch all the wildlife. And she wants to know what's happening with that. Her actual Christmas wish to Santa Claus is to get a forest to protect all the animals. So I know that you can't give us a forest, but
We have about 25,000 acres worth of forest and preserves, so.
No, it's just the one that's being chopped down around our house, but that's okay.
Okay,
So I disagree that the mixed-use land is the perfect solution for here. I think that the perfect solution would be to maintain the integrity and history of our county, make this a destination place, and if somebody wants to go to like an extended Broward or Brevard County, they can go there. And this place can just maintain its countryside. There is a city side and there's a countryside, and I believe that we should keep it the way it is. My daughter wanted to speak here tonight, but of course it's 10 o'clock. But she did say that she wanted the people to remember this book because she feels like we're going to regret this. And she said, Mom, I need you to just tell them that unless we do something, it's going to be all gone. And I'm like, I think they understand, baby. And she's 5. So maybe, like, I don't understand why we're still arguing about this. I thought this was already cleared up at the last meeting, but like, she's 5 years old and she understands this pretty clearly. And I don't think that we need to go to the state, with all due respect, Ms. Townsend. Obviously, that's not my job. But anyway, thank you so much for your time. I hope that you guys make the right decision. And I'm a proud member of this community, and I don't want to leave. But if my house looks like that, those like purple veins on that illustration that you showed me, I will be moving, like, because it's right in the middle of all of that. And I love it here. People that come visit my property, they're in awe of how beautiful our county is. And I just tell them, like, don't tell anybody. It's great the way it is. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I thought about taking another shirt and changing so you wouldn't recognize me, but I'm back.
And it's okay. We're glad you're here.
Thank you. I'm really not really glad I'm here, but I'm proud to be here more than anything. My name is Kathy Schoen. I live at 9338 Carlton Road. My head is buzzing. My head is really buzzing. And I'll say, I was going to be nasty, but I won't. But I was just doing a little bit of math. And essentially, the projection is that in 20 years, the growth is going to be up to 450,000. Is that the number I heard?
According to the Bieber reports.
Huh?
According to Bieber and some of the
Yeah.
other outside
Oh, Beaver.
reports.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's in 20 years. So there's an overgrowth of, say, 100,000. If this goes in the rate it's going, we're going to meet a third of that already just by this one development. I mean, so, but if you went and you took 3,000 acres, 5 acres, you get 600 ranches, three per ranch, you'd get 18,000. You wouldn't get 30%, but you know, you get a good percentage of the population vote just on that 6. I understand, I think, pretty good about this annex. I heard that Colta was going to try and annex for a year now. This is what we've been hearing. I understand that. But the things that's a little disheartening is I did go to the Planning and Zoning Board, and I would tell you that those commissioners, I have a hard time calling them commissioners, those commissioners really were trying to work with the developer. And essentially, 2 of them really said, hey, you know, why don't you come back again and we can modify this again, because they had the developer had come down from 98 down to 86,000 or 8,600. And they wanted it to work. The planning and zoning wanted to be able to have and they said no. They wanted to come here. So I'm thinking to myself, why do they want to come here? Because what they said was the commissioners want this. They want this high density. They want us here. And I was like, why are we here if you already know the commissioners want this? So I get the idea that we need to do something. But I don't believe that these are good faith partners, because what they're saying, in my impression, is that, all right, let's make this a transition. Let you guys give it over to the state and let the state say what the conditions should be. And that's fine with this PUD, but is there any guarantee after they do that, they're not going to like what you have to say? They're going to get annexed anyway. It feels like this is the time for the developer to talk. I don't think we need the state to tell us how we need to grow the county. We've been a good county. We've got valuable property here. We've got, they say St. Lucie, I am so tired of being a second-rate county. I really am. We've got the potential of half of our county to be developed in a way that could be really an example for the rest of the state. But honestly, I get it. I get what you're fighting. But to really say, this is like, they're blackmailing. We're being blackmailed. We're going to annex, or this is not negotiation. This is just, do it. And I feel sorry for you guys because you have to make your opinion. I truly, truly, it's a rock and a hard stud, but to give the power to the state, because once the that state doesn't care what goes on down here, except if you make your revenue. Okay, fine, population growth. If the population growth is going to be 100,000 in 20 years, you can do a plan for that. It doesn't have to be high density. And this whole idea of allow 3 per acre or 9,688 dwellings. During the planning and zoning, one of the questions was, are you saying that there could be more than 3 per acre? And yes, the answer was yes. How many more? We don't know. So if you're going to be building and you're not doing 8 stories but you can do less than 8 stories, go down to Tradition, go down by that hospital and see what they're building. And that's what we want in this county? That's it? It doesn't, I just really and truly, I am going to say it. Oak Ridge Ranches. Do you know what Oak Ridge Ranches are corralling? People. That's all they're corralling. There is not a ranch on that property. They're not planning on a ranch. They're not planning on a ranch. It's just, I'm sorry, the thought was it's regional impact, and because the whim of a developer is, this is what I want to do. Make a lot of money, ruin a whole area, blackmail the commissioners. So I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm done. Good. Thanks.
job.
Bye.
Thank you.
These are all very good people. Listening to them.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Kayla Short. I live at 10216 Carlton Road. This is my father.
Joseph Short, 19440 Glades Cutoff. We don't have anything on McCarty, but we're 3 generations in St. Lucie County, and we're proud to say it. Is there any way we can get this on the screen, page 62?
And page 4, I didn't know.
Previously had a document.
Showing the townhome layout? Can
Chair
we do that?
Townsend?
Nobody's
The
seen
what?
that tonight for some reason.
In the plan book,
can
there's
do that?
page 4 and page
Yeah, we're just going to do
62.
62 though, okay?
Okay, just
And then you
62.
can take over.
Is that in something in our book? Because if it is,
Yes,
we
yes,
can pull
it's in
it
the
up.
package of the proposal. In the planned unit development document, Oak Ridge.
Got it. Yeah, just .cam.
I guess in the meantime. I brought this 152-page planned unit development document for the proposed Oak Ridge Ranches, which has been submitted to the county for review. Tonight, I'd like to focus on those 2 pages, 4 and 62. Page 4 is Exhibit C, Introduction. I'd like to point out the drastic change from Ag 5 to mixed land use. The existing land use allows 1 single-family dwelling per 5 acres. The proposed zoning would allow 15 single-family dwellings per acre, with a total of 75 single-family dwellings per 5 acres. This proposed ranch is starting to sound more like a house farm. The proposal has been denied by your own staff recommendation panel. We agree with your staff. Coulter is taking too much from us and the county. This plan looks like it would fit perfect in Port St. Lucie, not in an unincorporated St. Lucie County. The proposal has no signs of negotiating and is typical of Coulter Lane, a one-way street. Your own recommendation staff would view this proposal differently if the housing per acre was fair. Page 62 shows the typical townhome lot with buildable areas. Even though there are missing dimensions to determine the width of the buildings, you get the general idea of the type of housing structures Coulter proposes to provide. Maybe we could get some clarification on unit sizes. I ask you to give Coulter a good look before you decide if they are capable of this development and building family dream homes. Coulter dream homes often turn into nightmares.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Letterman. I live at 10216 Carlton Road. And I would implore you to decide the county's fate in the county. And that picture was of townhomes. It wasn't of houses on acreage. It's not ranches. It's not ranches. Can you get a different developer? How long do you have before you would lose this urban boundary district? I mean, does it have to be done at this very second? That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Angela Gruber. I live on Carlton Road. And you've heard from many of the people that live in our community, but we represent a small amount of the people. We're the voices for many. And I understand that you guys are in a situation where if you don't let them build, then you kind of lose it to the city. And it's a state mandate. But I would implore you developers, if you would just please, maybe, if you look at the pictures, this is who we are. This is what St. Lucie County is. Now, take that development and stick it in the middle of that picture. That's what you're doing to the community. And so I know, changes are gonna happen, but maybe you can create some kind of buffer. Maybe they can be the people, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's another developer, but maybe come in with, larger ranchettes, lesser homes, but kind of meshing together what is out there. Our homes are open to you. You can come out at any time in the middle of the night and you will see the stars. If they come out here, that's gone. That's gonna be gone. I walk down Carlton Road and for years, and there's trees that the tops have fallen off. Most people would drive by it and not even see it. These people that come out here, we come out, we look. We're looking for the wildlife. We're looking for the turkeys. We're looking for the deer. We're looking for the animals. So when I walk down that road, there's a tree that lost its topple. And it's been there for so many years that ducks have gotten in it and nested. And they come back every year. When these trucks are coming up and down the road, they're going to be gone. We're seeing less and less wildlife. And so, I hear that it might be a state decision. And so I would implore, if it is, I would like a phone number, an address, something to write them and tell them, please, come talk to us. Get to know who we are and what we stand for. And I believe we all in this room stand for the same thing. And you guys have a really hard decision to make. and I pray that you guys make the decision and don't hand it off to the state. This is our community. We are the people. We are the voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joshua Gruber. I live on 8960 Carlton Road. I've lived out here most of my life. I love hearing the crickets chirp and the frogs grunt at night. There's something about looking up at night sky at night and seeing the stars and moon with no light pollution. Please don't put this development in. If you do, it will kill our lifestyle. The way we live, there's plenty of country songs describing our lifestyle. The way we live and what we do. I have driven down grades with my windows down while smelling the fresh air. Soon we will be smelling fumes from vehicles instead of the fresh air. Soon we will be sitting in traffic looking around at the trains watching crews turning county roads into 4 lanes. The old Sunday drive will soon turn into a chore. Please don't stay country just a little longer. Please don't put this development in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kim Albritton. I'm at 5960 Clydesdale Lane. Much of what I had prepared to say was already said, so I don't want to reiterate it too much. But I did pull something out of the application from the developer about the policy and the 1/4 of a mile. They had said something in there about advocating that you guys be innovative in this community and be forward thinking. Well, I'd like to challenge you to do the same thing, but let's be innovative so that it's cohesive and harmonious with the people that are already there, and be the pioneers of what that development looks like to merge ag land and residential land. Because I'm not naive to know that we need to move things at some point, right? We're going to have more people. But how do we do this and make it harmonious and working together and not such a stark contrast with 10,000, let's just say 10,000 new homes, whether it's a townhome or a house, it's 10,000, right? And we're going from 600. So that's a 1,400% change. 1,400%? I would love that return somewhere. What if we changed it to something else? Instead of 3, what if we did 1.5? Go to 1.5 per acre and it's only 650%. It legitimately cuts it in half. So what does that do? It cuts your trips per day in half, right? We've already heard of how many trips per day that is. Does anybody drive on St. Lucie West Boulevard? Right? So all the things that were in that traffic report were problems we already have now, and we don't have this development. We don't have Wilder. We don't have Verano, and Tradition's not finished. What does it look like when we're trying to drive around to the people that are already here? And to the point about making it safe, effective for the people, what about the people that are here? I get that we're going to take care of the people in that community with the way they've designed it, and I'm sure it's beautiful and it'll be fantastic. But what about the people that are already here and already around? I don't want to live in a community where it takes me 30 minutes to go 10 miles. If I want to do that, I would move to Orlando. I don't want to live in Orlando. I want to live here. I like here. I like the agriculture. I like that it's rural. I like our history. And I like what St. Lucie County stands for. And I agree, we are a hidden gem. People say bad things about us all the time, and it's horrible. But you know what? We all know better, so I'm good with that. They can stay. And the last thing I wanted to talk about briefly was this Right to Farm Act that we keep hearing about, and this disclosure that the developer has promised to implement. We all know that that's only, I think it's a good faith effort, but we all know that that's going to die off eventually. And people that move into a community such as the one that's planned don't want to smell animals. They don't want to hear them. They don't want to be around any of that. They don't move into, let's say, a 0 lot line community so that they can smell what's going on behind the fence in the farms, right? So as much as we do to try, and what I've seen presented, that's not going to resolve it. We already have those issues going on in other parts of the county where people are fighting that are agriculture and too close to residential, and they're not getting along, right? So how do you guys as commissioners work to move it forward? Because it does have to move forward. There has to be some version of this plan that works for everybody, but what does that look like? And how do we make it so that everybody can work together? I don't believe personally it's the density that they're proposing. I agree with the Planning and Zoning Board, and I think you guys should agree with them since you're the ones that mostly put them all together and hopefully would take their recommendations. I'd just like to see something a lot smaller, something more ranch-like, since it does say Oakwood Ranch. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Hello again, Jamie Josephs, 10,000 block of Carlton Road. I also didn't change my clothes, so I just want to say that, or ask a rhetorical question. Have you ever seen such an amazing group of people that live here that care so much about the area that they live in, that they were willing to come here, and this is not the first time that we filled this room, that are willing to come here and speak about their neighborhood and how much they love it and want to keep the integrity of it. And I think that's all we want to do, is to keep the integrity of our neighborhood. And we all understand that growth is going to happen. But this is just so far out of what we expected. And it is, hearing that there's no downside to transitioning it to the state, that just stinks to me. I would also like it to stay here, and I don't think that you should do that. I agree with my neighbors and what they've said thus far, and looking at the plans for this and seeing that it's called Oak Ridge Ranches, well, I'm going to say something real country, and you can't put lipstick on a pig. That's exactly what this is. Let's keep it a ranch. Let's keep the integrity of our neighborhood. I stand with the rest of my neighbors, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Marty Sanders. I work for St. Louis County School District. I do the long-range planning for the school district, and just wanted to inform y'all where we are on schools. You may or may not be aware, in 2008, we entered into an interlocal agreement with the St. Lucie County on schools for concurrent planning. We agree that we will work with each other and plan for new schools when developments like this come along. We've been very successful. If you look at the Southwest Port St. Lucie annexation area, we had about 30,000 dwelling units, I think about 50,000 total down there. But we planned with the city. We have 6 school sites in that Southwest annexation area, and we met the school needs of the development with the developers, putting schools in proximity to where the students will live, and that's what we want to do here in Oakwood Ranch. We've been working with the developers and your staff. We appreciate both of them working with us. We know that we need at least 2 school sites in this development to meet the needs. I'm going to look at my notes now. I'll just tell you that we have been very successful working with Coulter. We first started working with them in about 2003 in Verano. It was called PGA Villages at the time, or Montage or something like that at the time, but it's now Verano. We actually entered into an educational impact fee agreement for school sites in Verano in 2005. And in 2025, we will open our new high school in Verano on that agreement. So it just shows you that planning is a long-range planning for both local government and the school district and the developer. So we're committed to meeting the needs of the development of the community with new schools, and we will continue to work with your staff and the developer to make sure that happens. At such time that this comes back from a transmittal hearing, we would like to have a little more specificity in the agreement that spells out how many schools that we're getting, because right now it's a little loose. It says we're going to work with the school district, which ultimately I know we'll get to where we need to be, but we just wanted to let you know what we're doing, and we are meeting the school needs. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Yep.
Good evening.
Thank you, Commissioners. I know it's late. I'll be brief. sounds like we'll have some other opportunities to go over this in the future as it comes back again. My name's Ron Noble. I represent Allied Universal Corporation and Allied New Technologies. They're located at 9501 Rangeline Road, directly across from Glades Cutoff Road, what they have referred to as the industrial area, that triangle of several hundred acres of industrial development down there. So a bit of a different compatibility or incompatibility area than what you've heard from the neighbors tonight. Allied has owned and operated a high-intensity chemical plant on this property for decades. We originally located out in this very rural, very empty part of St. Lucie County decades ago when there was really nothing else out there. And of course, we understand there's going to be growth. Allied supports growth. They want to be part of safe growth, but that growth does need to be compatible, especially when we're talking about residential uses in close proximity to a chemical plant that's storing chlorine. This chemical plant operates 24/7, truck traffic 24/7. We're going to look at the transportation and traffic study issues, and we'll work with your staff and hopefully the applicant on that as well. What we're truly concerned about is appropriate setbacks for residential uses on the other side of Glades Cutoff Road. United States Environmental Protection Agency and the Chlorine Institute have a series of formulas that you plug in the residential dwelling unit proximity and distance, you plug in the volume of chlorine that's stored at the chemical plant, and you run through a series of formulas and it spits out a number. That number in a urban setting, and we've used what I will call the much more lenient urban setting number, would be a 1,500-foot setback from the chemical plant to the closest residential dwelling units. If you use the numbers for a rural setting, which this clearly would be a rural setting, that number more than doubles. It's well over closer to 4,000 feet. But we're only suggesting that 1,500 feet would be appropriate here. This is really kind of, I look at this as kind of planning and zoning 101, that example we use. Why do we have planning and zoning, kids? Well, we want to make sure we don't end up with an industrial chemical plant next to residential, dwelling units. So this is a 3,000+ acre project. There is a great deal of buffering already in place. All we're asking for is a few hundred more feet along Glades Cutoff, some setback areas where I think this developer could be very thoughtful about designing into that area, either retention, open space, green space, industrial uses, if they have any interest in industrial uses. Again, just to ensure that we don't have proximity of residential uses to a chemical plant. And this is really now the time to address it. And Chairwoman Townsend, I appreciate your comments that if this comes back, there'll be some more discussion about appropriate buffering, screening, and setbacks. And we certainly want to be part of those discussions. We're a safe operation. You're going to hear Coulter on rebuttal put up a page from our website saying we're a safety, healthy, conscious company, and of course we are. They're going to put up a copy of a development order that this county issued in 2007 that said we're not going to have an adverse impact on neighboring properties, and of course we don't intend to have any adverse impacts, but industrial accidents do happen, typically due to human error, and in the result of a chlorine release, the setback that we're talking about would be very important. So we appreciate your consideration of that.
Thank you. I do have a question, though.
Please.
So you're asking for the 1,500. Again, if this does move forward and it comes back, this is the questions and, things that we can set. But is there any FDA or state mandated with what you're stating at the 1,500 feet? That's what you're asking for. It's not that it's regulated through the industry. That's simply what you're asking to happen should this development come forward.
Yeah, and we don't pull that number out of the sky. This is, again, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Clean Air Act, Risk Management Plan, Risk Management Program. And they have a whole set of federal regulations and guidance documents that is case by case. They want to be able to take in rural nature, urban nature, which way does the wind blow? How many and what types of chemicals do you have? What type of residential uses do you have? So they didn't really do it with command and control. They did it with a set of planning guidelines and formulas so that each regulated facility can plug in their own numbers and come up with that distance. In this case, it was 1,000.
Because it's very confusing and we've got new staff and some new commissioners, I just want the facts to be given. And I don't want them to be misled in thinking that this is regulated by your agency or whatever, that this is just a recommendation of what they're recommending.
This question has come up before in a number of different settings, and we're not aware of any statute or regulation
Correct.
that says there's 1,500 feet mandated between this chemical plant and thing. But it is through the EPA risk management plan and program. It is the number that you arrive at, plugging in a formulaic approach.
And it is a number that we can put on the developer because you're requesting it, and if we feel that there's the need for that to be there, we can put that on there. So again, this is something else that if we move this forward, it comes back, we decide to go in that direction, or they don't sell the property and they come back, we can do this, that where their property locates to his, because he does boundary this subdivision, that we can request that it be 1,500 feet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just so you know, I was actually on the board, not in 2007, but 2008-9. When you came through, I came to the plant, and your processing, it has to do with salt, the processing of salt to reduce the calcium and the chlorine into separate parts. And so some of that was impressive as to how the safety of that process worked for a higher level of safety.
We used to have, Commissioner, rail cars upon rail cars of chlorine on the property where we were producing these water treatment chemicals for the county and surrounding cities and counties, water and wastewater treatment chemicals, using the old methodology of producing those chemicals. We made a huge investment to go to this, what the government, Homeland Security calls inherently safer technology, and that's what you witnessed, is a salt to bleach plant that uses a very minimal amount of chemical and a lot of salt and a lot of electricity.
The one question from a buffer standpoint, I know that on this, on a proposed map of maybe how they'll develop, putting certain things in certain places, and the school board was here, the representative of the school, and there is a civic site that is indicated as a school, and then there's also a fire station or a civic site designated probably for a fire station, and then a shopping area along Glades, which was where the commercial was considered currently. So from that standpoint, how far from the standpoint of residential, but how far from a school?
Yeah, school would be an even more concerning use, obviously, than residential, especially with children outside. But again, the formulaic approach would indicate that a 1,500-foot setback, that volume of a release with the amount of chemical that we have on site, it would not be a lethal exposure if it was 1,500 feet away.
Okay.
We would much prefer, nothing be within that 1,500-foot setback, but if it had to be anything, again, retention pond, green space, and, as a last resort, some sort of a commercial, or industrial use that is heavily occupied.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mike McCarty for the record. Just had some comments I wanted to share with you guys this evening. As you well know, I'm a longtime native of Fort Pierce. Family's been here for over 150 years. I'll just hit on some of the more important items that I wanted to share. The proposed development as presented tonight is just not compatible with the surrounding uses in the area and does not offer any transition to adjacent agricultural operations and uses to prevent future conflict with residences once occupied. Gated single-family retirement communities with 8,600 units are not compatible with ag. Tradition still has over 10,000 acres to develop, more than 30,000 units to come out of the ground. I just don't see the need for another 8,600 units. And I truthfully don't think that this is the identity of rural St. Lucie County. I don't think this is a representation of what we want in St. Lucie County. This is just another continuation of PSL's cookie cutter gated communities. And it's really sad to think that such a beautiful piece of property with habitat and wetlands and amazing game, it could be an amazing asset to the appropriate development pattern of that property, and it's just getting proposed to be scraped. And really the natural beauty of that land should be its most valuable asset to create the appropriate community on that parcel. I've mentioned it before, Martin County over the last couple of months approved a new future land use designation called rural lifestyle, and Mr. Raines, I believe, was even part of that team. That rural lifestyle land use designation is intended at the edge of the urban service boundary. In this case, in Martin County, it was to allow development beyond the urban service boundary. However, I think a lot of those elements required of the rural lifestyle land use are appropriate, and they're appropriate for this area along the urban service boundary, but in the urban service boundary. We're talking about 70% open space. We're talking about clustering. We're talking about trying to preserve open space and more habitat. I think that that's the appropriate transition in our county to try to preserve some of our rural lifestyle as build-out continues to the west. I encourage staff and the applicant to consider something similar in that development pattern. Obviously, I'm a land planner by trade, and I do not oppose development. Development's inevitable, however, that does not mean that we do it in such a manner that we disregard the rural lifestyle and historical agricultural heritage of St. Lucie County. I met with Coulter a number of times. I reached out to them when their application was first submitted to the county months ago, 6-7 months ago, and invited myself to meet with them. And we, after a number of efforts to try to meet with them, we finally got together and we explained our operation of what we do. We grow sod, we have beef cattle, we hunt, we continue our agricultural heritage. We discussed some of the buffers that were proposed, and at that point in time, there was an actual PUD application, and there was an application at the Planning and Zoning Board, and for whatever reason, it's not being presented tonight, and now it's strictly just this transmittal of a land use. I mean, I really think I'm willing to work with them. I want to try to figure out how we can come up with a quality development that can make everybody happy. It can be compatible and transition to our rural lifestyle. Some of the suggestions that I made were, let's load retention, let's load some open space up against some of the agricultural lands around them, provide some connectivity for some of the habitat and the game that are located in this area. Let's create some type of a green corridor to provide connectivity to our ranch and some of the surrounding properties out towards Carlton Road, where all these people also enjoy the game. Just a couple more.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not only trying to protect my heritage, I'm trying to pass on and teach my children of their agricultural heritage and stewardship. I feel like I'm living in an episode of Yellowstone trying to fend off corporate America from destroying my heritage. Urban sprawl plagues our great state, and this project, unfortunately, resembles very much that. I have concern when hundreds of Karens live in a single-family home, when living in a single-family home 100 to 216 feet from my property when we are hunting. It seems Coulter doesn't really care about the future residents being affected. I've also heard statements made that since this is in the urban service boundary, you have to approve this land use designation request. I personally, that is a false statement. Agricultural future land use might not be appropriate in the long term, in the future, but that does not mean you need to change all the ag land in the urban service boundary. Again, you do not have to go change all the ag land that happens to now fall within the urban service boundary. You change it when appropriate. And just because somebody submits a request for a land use amendment and it's in the urban service boundary and it's justified that ag is not the long-term development pattern of that property, doesn't mean you have to just accept the first proposal in front of you. You know, I question, has a needs analysis or a market study been provided? What is the current inventory of units entitled? You know, has that been provided? Do we know how many units are entitled in Tradition, in Fort Pierce, in St. Lucie County? How many vacant lots are out there? How many units are available? And what is on the books as far as entitlements? Because if it's being stated that, oh, we need more housing, we've got tens of thousands of housing coming out of the ground, tens and tens of thousands. So I'm trying to understand where this need is, because I don't see 8,655 and up people walking around the streets homeless saying, I need a home. I don't know. Anyways, those are some of my final comments. We're willing to work with Coulter. We just want some reasonable accommodation. I understand development's inevitable. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else? Seeing no movement, we're going to close public comment.
Madam Chair, I was taking some notes, and if
I'm going to address some of those.
okay, very good, thank you.
I figured, I saw Bob stand up, I was going to let him do his thing first.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, Bob Rains, here on behalf of the applicant. And I'd just like to make a few comments on some of the public comments that were made. First of all, again, I still didn't hear a reason on what the danger is in transmitting this to the state. Ms. Mahaffey's comment that the danger is you're going to set a precedent because you're transmitting something that's inconsistent. Well, that's her opinion that it's inconsistent. Your staff is saying that's not inconsistent with your comprehensive plan. And you're not, even if that was the case, you're not setting a precedent by transmitting it to the state. And then let's also be clear that, again, we're not saying that we're transmitting this to the state for their approval. We're transmitting it to the state for their comments, and then you can bring it back and you can use those comments as you all see fit. So again, it's just an additional layer of input that is actually required for, as was pointed out by Mr. Sorrow, and I think by Mr. Benton, anything over 50 acres is required to go to the state. With respect to the one comment about, I think it was Mr. McCarty said, well, why is the PUD not here tonight? The PUD does not get transmitted to the state. The process is we come forward with the land use amendment. That land use amendment and that land use amendment alone gets transmitted to the state. And then it comes back. And then at the adoption hearing, we can also have the PUD at the same time. So there's nothing nefarious or going on here. Again, what I said is I didn't say you have to approve the MXD because we're inside the urban service boundary now. What I said is that there will be a requirement at some point to change the land use designation on this property because it's not appropriate for what is currently inside now the urban service boundary. And I will even cite one of the policies that actually came from Ms. Mahaffey's letter. She cited policy 1.1.1.2, which is agricultural AG5, and it states the AG5 land use designation is intended for those areas of the county outside of the planned urban service area. So that's an inconsistency when you have a land use designation that's not consistent with what's supposed to be inside and outside the urban service boundary. So again, I'm not saying tonight you have to approve the MXD. What I said was, if you don't do the MXD tonight and we think it's an appropriate land use designation, we think it has benefits, there will still be other opportunities that are going to come along and they may not be appropriate. The other point I wanted to make is, I appreciate that the public, and I appreciate these folks who live there, and they are passionate, and they should be passionate about, you know, wanting to protect their way of life, and I have absolutely zero problem with that. I actually understand it. What I don't like is when you start saying that we've tried to blackmail people and those kind of things. I find that offensive, because we have not tried to blackmail anybody. And as far as the annexation, I'm not aware of anybody here that said, if you don't approve us, we're going to annex into the city. I think actually that came up, and I think it's a good point with concerns from the commissioners, but we weren't threatening anybody with the fact that we're going to come forward and annex into the city if you don't approve us. So I understand the passion, but I think, you know, I take offense when you start using terms that we're going to blackmail people. That's not the case. We haven't done that. Many of what the items that, going back to Ms. Mahaffey's comments, when she talks about wetland and preservation, those again, those are all site plan issues. Those are not land use amendments. You don't protect land use, or you don't protect wetlands through land use amendments. Believe me, I know that better than anybody. I'm the guy doing the Costco project in the city of Stewart also. And the whole issue there is about the site planning. And I think there's gonna be a time when we figure out how that comes down. We'll wait and see. I'm just as curious as the next person. But the point is, land use amendments don't protect, you protect those through the land development regulations. So again, a lot of the stuff that she was looking for can be done. We do have to be consistent with the comp plan, but that's done at the zoning. And then spot zoning, I hear that used every time about spot zoning. Somebody wants to change something, it's spot zoning because it's next to something else. This is not spot zoning. This is not putting something out in an enclave where it's right next to it. We're now inside the urban service boundary, and again, I can't emphasize enough, this property is now inside the urban service boundary. And so it's not spot zoning, especially when you're talking about the uses that are adjacent to it to the southeast. And then Mike McCarty, I have the utmost respect for Mike, and he's absolutely right. I have been involved in the rural lifestyle down in Text Amendment in Martin County. Very proud of that. And but that is a lifestyle and a land use designation that has been designated that's outside the urban service boundary. It's not inside, it's outside. And those land use designations with that rural lifestyle, those are all consistent with land use designations and densities that are outside the urban service boundary today. So it's a great thing, but again, it is outside the urban service boundary. And it's intended to be outside the urban service boundary. It's not a land use designation. It's proposed to be used inside the urban service boundary. So again, I think we have a lot to talk about. I'm sure that we're just asking for the opportunity to discuss a lot of the things that they want and need. But we need to go to, we need to get transmitted tonight for that to happen. So did I miss anything from? So again, we're just asking to transmit it to the state. And then let's come back and we can have the discussions with respect to the site planning and go from there. So I'll be glad to answer any other questions that might have come up since then.
Any board member have a question?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Madam
Yes,
Chair,
sir.
yeah, you hit on some of the things that I was going to ask you to hit on.
Yes, sir.
And explaining the process. We heard the term transmit and transition.
Right.
And so you explained that the transmittal goes to the state. There's no requirement. We're not giving up our rights as commissioners
Absolutely
as to what we control within our bounds. So I wanted to make sure that was hit again, is that the transmittal is not a transition to the state, and they're having control over what we do here. They have enough control, and they have another,
Right.
have a lot of other preemption efforts.
I agree.
So from the process, part, it comes back, if agreed to, goes
Right.
to the state, transmitted, get the comments, comes back to the county. At that point, whatever comes after that is a zoning change, it's site plans and so on and so forth. Given the number of areas of this particular property, guesstimate, how many public meetings do you think there will be, given the number of units, the areas of the site plan, of what will be the site plan in the future, so that the public can have a comment talking about buffering,
Right.
as the chair said. Those are setback issues, locations. In the documentation, it talked about phasing up to 25 years to build out.
Right.
So in that phasing process, will each of the particular areas be its own PUD? Will it be the master PUD with segments of it being built and given in given segments?
Right.
Because I think that's also, again, it's what we don't know is
Right.
oftentimes it's a scary part. So
Yeah.
if we can have that conversation.
A couple of points, and then I want to address something else you brought up. But to answer your question, we're going to have at least 2 more hearings to start with. We're going to have a hearing to come back for hopefully the adoption of the land use amendment itself and the sub-area plans. And then we're going to have a rezoning and a site plan approval, whether it's preliminary or final. But I'll let Dan talk about how we're going to work through that process. So.
Thanks. Mr. Raines is correct. As part of the future land use map amendment, should it be transmitted to the state just for review and comment, it still comes back to this board at a separate public hearing for the final decision. And at that time, at adoption, that's where you place restrictions, buffers, any kind of requirements on the project at the PUD level. So the PUD level, which has 1 reading, will come back before this board probably around end of February, March. It's going to go to Tallahassee for Department of Economic Opportunity review. It's going to take 30 to 60 days for the state level review. We're going to be working with staff in that time. We're going to be hearing from staff and making adjustments to the plan before it comes back before you. But with that PUD amendment coming back before this board with the adoption hearing, every single site plan that we submit has got to come back before this board for approval. Any of the pods, any of the site plans, will have to have a separate public hearing process in addition to the zoning. In addition to the site plans, you're going to have every subdivision plat come back before this board. You're going to get sick of seeing me. I mean, in 20, 25 years, it's going to be a long project. So you'll have multiple opportunities to weigh in your thoughts as opinions and codes are brought before you.
And so in addition, we heard some comments about traffic. Can we address traffic and how that will be addressed in the future? Traffic studies, contributions to the roadways, building, widening, range line, contributing to the roadways in the area to alleviate traffic that's generated?
Those will all come before you in February, March-ish, when we bring the PUD amendment before this board to look at the transportation, look at the buffer, look at the environmental preserves and set-asides, why you can be proud of this community.
And let me also point out, and I think you just kind of touched on it, and it at least made me trigger a thought. When we are talking about 8,000 or 9,000 units, whatever, at the end of the day it might be, everybody gets the idea or the concept that we're going to have 8,000 units out there in the next couple of years. This is a 25-year project. And, a lot of us won't even be around for most of this stuff to happen. As a matter of fact, Mr. Morton was telling me the Verano project, I think, is 7,300 units, and it's still not close to being built out. And that's been around for a while. So, we're trying to plan for the growth and the stuff, but it's a long forecast. And so there's not going to be 8,000 units out there in the next 2 or 3 years. And again, you can go ahead and take a look at it, and I hear some moaning and groaning, but most of those projects, again, that are long-term projects, and you can tell most of them haven't been done, and they come back quite often for changes.
Well, I would share that, given what was happening in 2003, 4, 5, 6, the growth of tradition and what was happening and being planned come to a complete stop.
Yeah.
And nothing was built for probably 8 years.
Right.
And so whether you get your entitlements through this process today, 25-year outlook, given the state of what's happening, people may be reducing their opportunity to buy new homes because of the interest rates and whatever else is happening in the economy. So the one thing that I found in this job is it's not immediate.
No.
Whether it's whatever we do as the government to try and build roads and so on and so forth, it takes forever.
Mhm.
And so, you know, the process for developers to go through, there's a reason why it's slow. You know, the market drives everything. And
Exactly.
so, you know, I go back to impact fees and why are impact fees important? You know, some of the arguments from developers in the past were, well, we don't need impact fees. You know, we can't build our developments. Well, I assure you that, and there's empirical evidence that says back then that if the market's not there, it doesn't matter, because if you don't have a market, impact fees, you know, relief is not even an option. So unless the market's there, it doesn't matter what the impact fees are, it's all a pass-through. But I say that just because there's going to be issues here with trying to get the roads built and so on and so forth, and reducing the pressure on citizens to provide with that infrastructure, because that's a lot of problems that we have today. You're hearing it, you know, traffic is a big issue. Well, we didn't plan the roads very well back in the day, and we have all this growth. And so we're getting stuck without the revenue streams, the impact fees, the contributions from developers building, to be able to deal with that situation. So.
Yes, I agree. And the other point too I wanted to make, I heard some folks, you know, say at the P&Z that the P&Z members moved it forward. You have to keep in mind the P&Z members were looking at everything, because they weren't looking at just the land use and the transmittal. It goes before them the one time. So they were looking at site planning and stuff and all of that, and you guys are still going to have an opportunity to do that. So I kind of wanted to explain why that's a little different than what the hearing is here this evening. So.
Well, and I was going to touch on that too, because I think it's great that y'all are here and you're learning as you go, because a lot of you, I know you follow a lot of the things in the county, and I commend you for that. Planning and zoning, like he said, when it goes before them, it's the entire thing. To get the approval, it has to come to us by steps, and it can stop at any point in time. And if we stop something at like the rezoning, well, then the project stops. The other thing is planning and zoning is an advisory board. The whole point of that board is for the developers or the resident that's making a change in planning to come before that board, and for the planning and zoning board to sit there and try to work out everything to make it an easier transition by the time it gets to us. And they also work with the planning and zoning department to try to make it move a little bit faster with us. If they deny something, we can still approve it. And if they approve something, we can still deny it. So there has been projects that they have approved that when it's come to the Board of Commissioners, we've denied them. So it can go either way. They are an advisory board. There was a lot of things. I want to say that I think there was valid points brought up about the name. It does say Oak Ridge Ranches, and where's the ranches? And so, like I said, part of what I'm going to ask for is I'm going to ask for some ranches for the buffer between them. We need to transition over. And so that was a valid point to point out, and I think you need to be mindful of that when you come back in. You know, I know that there may be a proposed golf course. I think you can give them added buffer if you keep the golf course in a couple of the holes on the side of the boundaries that is going to butt up to the residents. That's an easy buffer area for you to do if you're going to do the golf course, put the golf course on the west side of that property. So there's ways to make it work, and I hope that you will take into consideration everything that was brought up. I think that they all have valid points tonight. I think the one thing that is confusing, though, is the fact that, you know, this is transmittal. It is to go to the state, and that's what we're hearing tonight. Right. Everything else can be determined when it comes back to us for the rezone or the site plan or the rest of it to hash out. But tonight it's simply just a legislative move. Any other comments, questions?
Yes, Mr. McIntyre, is it legal to shelf this project until we talk to the city commissioners of Port St. Lucie? The traffic impact that they are going to realize on Crosstown with this proposal, I would think would be detrimental for their knowledge and understanding.
Well, Commissioner, you could certainly move to continue it. The transmittal hearing, that is an option that you have. And that would allow you the opportunity perhaps to meet with the city. So that is one of the legal options you have. You could also move to not transmit. And that would effectively stop the project at this point as presented anyway, and you could go talk to the city at that point. You could move to transmit and still talk to the city. So you've got some options, but if you wanted to not really do anything until you got the chance to talk to the city, you probably would want to continue the hearing.
Commissioner, may I?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Commissioner Lee, part of the transportation review, we have been working with county staff as, going through the process. We understand the road widening requirements. Crosstown is an ultimate 4 and 6 lane road that will come from 95 all the way out to Range Line Road. Part of our, it's not before you tonight, but part of the PUD, and it gets into that greater depth of a traffic study, and it'll come up with all that proportionate share requirements and how roads are going to get built. But one thing I can assure you is that Crosstown will be built as part of the first phase of this project at a minimum of 4 lanes. 4 laning of Range Line up to Glades Cutoff Road, and then Range Line to the north to come up into the property. And all those improvements will be put in at the beginning of the project in the first phase to assure that there is adequate transportation. When it starts, it's going to be well in excess of what's required out there, but it will be there and it will be in place from the beginning. And then Glades Cutoff back to the to the southwest, widening and improvements in there, and make sure that everything is operating, in exceeding, the level of service requirements for the, for the area right there for the project that we will do as part of, the formal approvals when it comes back to you at PUD.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. You're probably going to say what I'm going to say.
As part of those roadway that you've already identified, are they actually expected to be relievers to the west, alternate routes out of Port St. Lucie to Range Line, Glades, Midway, 95, et cetera? With Midway, we are already planning to do a turnpike interchange. So that's, again, from a reliever standpoint, is that kind of what you're thinking as to why those roadways and the traffic study would entail?
Yes, I think that's correct. That it will be not just a collector, but an arterial in the city's roadway network. And I think even when they got their interchange justification for the crosstown interchange, they like to see the roads go out and connect to other major road networks. And I think the city was representing to the state at some point in time it would make it all the way out to Range Line, which is another north-south reliever collector arterial, rural arterial, however you want to look at it, because it runs all the way down through Martin County.
Because you'll be affecting Crosstown, have you already had conversations with Port St. Lucie's engineers and their folks?
Yes, we actually have road plans into the city right now for widening and extension of Crosstown waiting for the permits to be issued. We've actually commenced work out there, doing all the major earthwork, putting that in place, and we're just working through some of the drainage issues. As Marty said, he has a high school going in there. We're trying to get the road out to him, and then we'll just carry it on past there, get out to Range Line Road.
But they're not in the dark. They know that this is a possibility.
Yes.
And Commissioner Lee, I would also just point out, Corey, I think, touched on it. For the land use amendment, we have to do a separate traffic study that incorporates what would be the potential maximum development for the entire site. But when we come in for site plan approvals and stuff, we have to do a traffic analysis with respect to each one of those site plans too. So that's really where, no pun intended, the rubber meets the road on those traffic studies and whatnot. So it's a whole different traffic study and analysis that goes on there.
There was a few more questions that I was going to ask the city of Port St. Lucie besides the traffic.
Oh, I'm sure.
Obviously, it had to do with the annexation and what their feelings are on it, because the blackmail term is definitely not a good term to use, but I personally feel that I either have to go with this to submit, because I am deathly afraid of what Port St. Lucie is going to do. And all these people, I agree 100% with them. I think your project is too dense, way too dense. I don't think it's the transition into to AG5 is there. I'm concerned about traffic. They hunt, they shoot, there's dead animals out there. The displacement of wildlife, which, that would be the only hope I could see with the state, is the displacement of wildlife on 86 or what is it, 3,200 acres. Where is that all going? Mr. McCarty and I have spoken, and he's saying the amount of wildlife that is coming into his area because of the Verano area is unbelievable. And clearing out this land is going to just make matters worse. I know that you said that, this is a 25-year project. I remember when Harbor Isle came here, I sat there all day and did the lottery, and by the time I finally got that ticket, they said, you're 5-6 years out before you get one. Well, within 3 years, it was done. Admittingly, that was a little bit shorter term project. But if we get into another building boom, I can see that place filling up quicker than in 25 years. We went to a 4-H meeting last night, and we have 26 4-H units in this county, and they are these people. And that's our county. This is what we are. We are Fort Pierce, and Port St. Lucie. But the area, I ran, obviously, I'm a newly elected, I ran on two things, and I didn't get these, I didn't make these up myself. I asked the people, what do you want? 2 things, lower taxes and control this growth, because Port St. Lucie is killing this county. And I agree 100% with that. And that's why I was thinking a postponement so that we could talk to Port St. Lucie, get an idea if they are going to annex, because then I would be forced to vote to transmit. If they tell me otherwise, these people want it to end here, and I'm sort of on their side on that. Whether or not we could do that legally would be up to Mr. McIntyre, but that is where my mindset is at. And if it does go through, Kathy, hopefully we can turn around and create those individual units and get the buffer zones and reduce the population. But I know when I spoke with you guys, and I said, are you willing to go under 8,600? And I didn't see a bunch of hands raising or any suggestions coming out. And then, of course, when you come back in here, you're back up to 9,600. So, again, that's where my mindset's at.
And may I? Commissioner Lee, I like your thoughts and so on. I just want to share that the reason why what I heard earlier, and I asked a question directly earlier, was were you willing to take it down to the 86 that you presented to the planning and zoning? And it's basically you're sending it to the state for their comments on the larger amount. If they come back and say, no, that's too dense for the area, et cetera, whatever their comments are going to be. But it comes back to us, and then we get back in control of this. This is the important part that I'm relying on, is being here to be able to control the amount of growth and the density that's coming. You talked about the wildlife. One of the things I have spoken with these folks about is those wetlands. I think everybody here knows that I'm pretty passionate about water quality and wetlands and preservation, conservation, et cetera. And I have made it very clear if they wanted my support in anything, their drainage package has to be well defined. The wetlands have to be well defined and maintained and kept, as opposed to bulldozing them and just creating a flat space to work with. So those are some of the things that I have been very vocal about. Where the drainage goes, I think you had some public meetings with the folks, and the drainage actually was indicated as a much better plan as to how the water would be running. And some of the folks actually indicated, this is our history, this is what we know how the water flows. So creating a better drainage plan so that we don't discharge into C-24, which goes to the lagoon, and how we manage that. We know that through history, over the last 75 years, Port St. Lucie was built on a wetland. And so we're seeing the results of the fact that all those wetlands that were basically removed, or the canals were dug by GDC, drained the swamp, so to speak, but has created a challenge for us from water quality, everything going to the lagoon, because now you have all the impervious surface, you have all the rooftops and so on. And so all that water is going to the C24 and to Martin County, quite frankly, and taking all the contaminants and phosphorus and nitrogen and all that which goes with it. So, here's an opportunity for us to control, again, density, control the open space. And so, I'm interested in moving this to transmittal, but with all well knowing that, and I think you've had, Dan, you've been in several things with me. You know how I am on water quality, how I am on density, how I am on road traffic, and then architectural provisions. So I'm going to be as adamant about where I'm going after this. So I'm just putting you on notice. I think I've shared with you, and anybody that's ever come in my office and talked about a development, they know before I get out here what my arguments are going to be. And then if something is misled, we'll hear it out here because I won't be misled.
Yep.
So, but there you go.
Yeah. What I can say, would respectfully request that you do, opt to forward this on to the state. But in that interim period, I've heard some good suggestions. Commissioner Lee, you had mentioned something about possibly some golf holes along that edge right there. And just since, we talked yesterday, I did go back and I did look at that. And I saw how that could interface back up into the other. And that's actually a very good idea. And, so I ran that through some of the management in the company today, and they agreed, so that's in a typical golf hole, safety wise, you want to keep yourself at least 350 to 400 feet, in that corridor, so there's possibilities of running those golf holes along that edge, as well as possibilities of some 1 acre lots there as well, because we have made provisions for 1 acre lots within the PUD as part of the development pattern to occur out here. So, I hear what the residents are saying, and I think the combination of some of the flowways that we're proposing to bring along the edge to improve some of the drainage situations in the areas out there. All the residents aren't necessarily aware of it. Some who did show up at our meeting out there are, we went through that in quite a bit of detail, and there's definitely a willingness on Coulter's part to continue to meet with Mr. McCarty as well as any other of the folks who are living in that area and see if there's further compromise. I like to think that reasonable people can come to reasonable solutions to problems, and as long as both sides are asking and offering reasonableness, that it's not out of the question. So, but I did like your idea that you mentioned to me yesterday, and I did go back and I did look at that. And that's something that would come back through, at the PUD level, where you would see a master plan and how all these policies would be implemented, and you would see the pattern of a plan that would go out there, and that would be then the guiding governing document going forward on the project throughout its history. And anytime that would ever want to be modified for whatever reason would be required to come back to the board. So there's numerous protections in your code and in your policies and procedures on how you approve development in this county, and we've worked within those in the city, for years and years and years, and it's we know it's a compromise, we know it's a back and forth, and we're still willing to continue to do that. And again, as I said, Commissioner Townsend, you had some good ideas as well along there, and I think we can incorporate that. I did go back and look at that, and it can be done.
Any other comments, questions?
Thank you guys for your
between me and a
presentation.
pillow.
Sorry, just sitting over here thinking. Honestly, I think for me, this is one of the hardest agenda items this evening, and especially obviously being a new commissioner. I will swap with any of you if you'd like right now. So thank you for all of the residents that have come here and shared your opinions and your thoughts and your concerns, and I share every single one of those with you. As someone that's lived in Port St. Lucie for the past 23 years, I don't think that, our county needs to have one, identity. We can certainly have our thriving metropolis to the south, and you know, you have your White City, your kind of historic area in the middle, and obviously we can try to remain true to our roots, our agricultural history and our roots and our 26 4-H clubs that we have. So I guess my most important thing is that, you know, again, I understand we're not approving or denying the actual development or any of the design elements. It's literally just for transmittal for, you know, the change in the land use. So I just want to make sure, I know you guys listened, and I am just wanting to make sure that you are willing to work with the residents. You know, you're hearing our concerns about the high density, hearing our concerns about kind of not being, and again, nothing against Port St. Lucie, but again, I don't think we need to have one look throughout the county. So, you know, I want to make sure there's diversity. I want to make sure, you know, we offer something a little unique, and something that maybe feels like something that has some soul to it, and isn't just, you know, slapped up there. So those are just kind of some of my concerns, obviously, and hope that you're willing to work with us and work with the residents to kind of come to fruition on this.
Real quick.
Commissioner Bartz.
Thank you. So I've listened to a lot tonight. I've listened to all of your concerns. There's no doubt that there are concerns. I also understand that we are voting on a transmittal tonight, and I also understand that that's going to take time. So I would be remiss if I wasn't stating that I agree with my fellow commissioners that during the time that you take some time to meet with the residents and see what kind of compromises you can come to. You know, this is their home, and this is what you want to be home. And you absolutely hit on the flavor and the diversity of this county. Port St. Lucie has a different character, a different flair, a different feel. And then you get to Fort Pierce that maintains the charm and the history. And then, of course, we have the county, which is a bit of everything, along with a lot of the rural area. So we are unique. That is why you want to come here. I mean, I know you're in Port St. Lucie, but this is why you guys want to be here. This is why we want to be here. Because this county is like no other. And we are very unique, and we have a lot to offer. So that would be my truly heartfelt would be that you guys try to take that time to have some meetings to see if there can be some compromises before it comes back to us.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
One last thing I would like to say, our St. Lucie County mission statement, and I believe some of you people have already basically said it. St. Lucie County works to deliver superior service that enhances our quality of life. And I stand behind that mission.
Okay, so I think that you know that you've got a long road ahead of you. I think that you have heard all five of us that we stand with the residents. And whenever you come back, you know, I think you have to make some compromise. Again, you have made a difference. I think you made a difference here tonight. And again, I want to personally say thank you, because every single thing that was said up here on the dais, I think we all are aligned and we support you. And we want you to enjoy living where you live out there. And there does need to be the transition. And we agree with everything you said this evening. So I want to personally say thank you on behalf of the rest of us. We appreciate you being here, especially staying and seeing it through and staying here and spending the night with us. So again, you're going to have the opportunity to come back 3 or 4 more times should this go forward tonight for the transmittal, and then it come back. You're going to have every opportunity. I want to encourage you to really have a heart-to-heart with them. They know what they want, and they're not going to ask for things that are unreasonable. They know that the growth is here. They know that they have to make compromises just like you. And I want you to really sit down and have a heart-to-heart with Mr. McCarty, because he's a land planner. He can help simplify this with you, and he can make your life easier. So I hope that you'll afford the opportunity to him and the residents and sit down and have that conversation. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to make a motion to postpone until after the holidays to let everybody talk some more.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, the motion dies for lack of second.
Madam Chair, I'll move approval, transmittal to the state.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam Secretary, I'll have you call the roll independently, please.
Commissioner Fowler? Commissioner Fowler?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Leet?
Yes, with regrets.
Commissioner Bartz?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Tazowski?
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Townsend?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. For those that we don't see prior to Christmas, I do want to say I hope everybody has a Merry Christmas. And before I turn it over to,
We're still in the.
we're still in the middle of the meeting. Can I please ask everybody to be quiet or step outside? Kathy, I need you to be quiet, please. We're still in the middle of a meeting, or walk outside, please. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the agenda. I have a few statements I want to make, and then if anybody else wants to say something, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Tipton. I just want to say thank you to Commissioner Link, Commissioner Fowler. Y'all hit the ground running. You have been christened. This is our late night. We are pretty fortunate. We don't have many of these. But tonight, there was a lot of moving parts, and this is the hardest thing you're going to do being a commissioner, is when you have residents come and you know how they feel. You've lived it. And so sometimes you have to separate your heart for what is code and what is legal. And this is probably one of the hardest nights you'll ever have in your first term of being in office. So you got brought in and you got christened in right. And so, you know, if I could give you any advice, which you might not want to hear, you want to go home, but I'm just going to say it's a tough decision sometimes to do, but just let your heart lead. And we have a great legal team over there to keep us out of the courts and to prevent us from lawsuits. And so, again, I always thank Mr. McIntyre, and I hope that you saw value in him tonight, Commissioner Lee and Commissioner Fowler. If there's any questions moving forward, when there is things like this coming up, I want to encourage you to have that heart-to-heart, one-on-one with him when you meet with him in his office. He's a wealth of knowledge, and he'll help you understand some of the legalities of why we sometimes have to make the decisions we have to make. So again, I'm very impressed with the both of you. I want to welcome you to the team. And if any other commissioner has anything to say, if not, I'll turn it over to Mr. Tipton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioners, it is truly congratulations. This is one of the hardest agendas you'll have right out of the gate, so congratulations. I would just share that our next meeting is December 13th. We will be back here in these chambers at 9 a.m. for an informal workshop, and then at 1 p.m. for our last regular meeting of the year.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, everyone.